What if the choices you make every day aren't really your own? What if your logic is just emotion wearing a disguise? What if your biggest regrets, your most confident beliefs, even your sense of identity, were quietly shaped by hidden traps in your own mind? Not because you're broken, but because you're human. In this video, we're diving deep into the invisible forces that quietly steer your thoughts, your habits, your fears, without you even realizing it. From the lies your brain tells to protect your pride, to the shortcuts it takes to avoid discomfort, to the illusions of control and safety you cling to when the truth feels too heavy. These are the psychological traps that shape your every decision. So if you've ever asked yourself, why did I do that? If you've ever wondered whether you're really in control, like this video, subscribe, because here, we don't just explain psychology. We reveal the hidden architecture of your mind and give you the courage to see what's underneath. Cognitive dissonance. When your mind bends reality to avoid discomfort. You like to think of yourself as consistent, rational, honest with yourself. You build your identity on the foundation of self-awareness, on the belief that your actions, thoughts, and values are in sync. But beneath the polished explanations and confident opinions, there's something quieter happening, something invisible, yet immensely powerful. It's not a loud disruption, not a dramatic collapse, but a subtle, ongoing shapeshifting inside your mind. A quiet rearrangement, not meant to deceive others, but to shield you. To protect you from discomfort, contradiction, and from the quietly terrifying possibility that you might not always be who you think you are. This is cognitive dissonance. More than a psychological term tucked away in textbooks, it's a living, breathing mechanism that constantly negotiates your reality. It's the tension you feel when your choices conflict with your principles, the mental friction when your values rub up against inconvenient truths, the restlessness in your gut when who you are clashes with what you do, and your brain, built for survival and equilibrium, steps in. Desperate for coherence, it takes up the role of editor, not to resolve the contradiction externally, but to blur it internally, to smooth it over, to neutralize the unease not by confronting it, but by rewriting your perception until everything fits again. You shift the memory, reframe the intention, adjust the weight of responsibility. Sometimes you deny, sometimes you defend, sometimes you simply forget, not because you're lying, but because your identity demands protection, and the internal narrative must remain stable. It's not logic leading the charge, it's emotional preservation. It's the mind working overtime to ensure the self you've constructed doesn't fall apart at the seams. This psychological reflex doesn't appear out of nowhere. It roots itself early, embedding into your sense of self before you even realize it. A child praised for being generous learns to overlook selfish acts, not because they're unaware of them, but because acknowledging them would challenge the story of who they are. A teenager who experiments with behaviors they once judged begins to rationalize, not to be hypocritical, but to maintain emotional consistency. And as you step further into adulthood, the patterns deepen. You make decisions, some small, some life-defining. And when those choices contradict your beliefs, you don't always reevaluate the belief. You remodel the memory. You support an idea, a leader, a movement, and when you see cracks in their foundation, you hesitate to change course. You justify instead, not because you lack morals, but because admitting error threatens your stability. You hold on to relationships, careers, ideologies, not because they continue to serve you, but because walking away would require you to confront the possibility that you were wrong, that your time, energy, loyalty were misplaced. And that hurts. That unravels more than just the decision. It unravels your image of self. So you rationalize. You say it wasn't that bad, that it made sense at the time, that there were good reasons. You build emotional scaffolding around a version of events that protects your internal narrative, even if it distorts the truth. Over time, the story becomes seamless. The edits are no longer visible. You forget where you made the cut. And you carry forward, believing the version you've kept, because it feels true, even if it's not fully real. Cognitive dissonance doesn't just rewrite the past, it informs the present. It shapes future choices. You say you value courage, but avoid difficult conversations. You claim to be open-minded, but tune out perspectives that threaten your worldview. You think of yourself as compassionate, but turn away when empathy would be inconvenient. These aren't failures of character. They're the signs of dissonance, alive and well. And every time you feel that inner tension, your brain moves to resolve it. Not with transformation, but with justification. But what if you didn't rush to resolve it? What if, instead of patching the story, you paused? What if you allowed the discomfort to breathe, to teach, to reveal? Because that ache, that friction, is not your enemy. It's the signal, the signpost, the invitation to become more than the sum of your patterns. When you say, "I was wrong," when you admit, "I acted out of fear," when you whisper, "This doesn't align with who I want to be," you're not destroying your self-image. You're refining it. You're stepping into a more honest version of you, one that's no longer at war with contradiction, but capable of holding it. That's the paradox of dissonance. It feels like a threat, but it's a doorway. To growth, to maturity, to integrity. It's the space where the image and the reality meet, and instead of collapsing, they converse. And in that conversation, something new is born. Not a perfect self, but a more integrated one. A self that doesn't silence the past, but learns from it. That doesn't bury mistakes, but composts them into wisdom. Because real strength isn't in being consistent at all costs. It's in being willing to change when the cost of consistency is your truth. Maturity is not the absence of contradiction. It's the willingness to face contradiction and still choose alignment. Not perfection, but honesty. Not defense, but evolution. And that kind of honesty? That's not just rare, that's revolutionary. Confirmation bias. You only see what you want to see. Imagine a gallery. You walk in thinking you're just here to observe. But this isn't an ordinary exhibit. It was curated by your own mind. The walls are lined with frames, each one holding a memory, a headline, a conversation, a belief. And at first glance, it all seems coherent, familiar, comfortable. But that comfort is the first clue, because this gallery doesn't show you everything. It only shows you what you already agree with, what fits the theme, what flatters the curator. This is confirmation bias, not as an abstract flaw, but as an interior decorator of your mental space. It doesn't lie. It simply selects. It doesn't shout over objections. It just dims the lights on anything that doesn't fit. And so, without realizing it, you begin to mistake what's visible for what's true. You walk through the gallery, nodding, not because you're close-minded, but because everything on display confirms who you think you are, or who you want to be. You're not being manipulated by someone else. You're self-curating. You're the painter and the patron, the critic and the architect. You choose articles that resonate, remember feedback that affirms, and share stories that validate your convictions. It feels organic. It feels like discovery, but it's more like arrangement. A quiet, automatic choreography of mental material. When you read, you gravitate to what feels right, not what's well supported. When you listen, you filter out discomfort, not because you're dishonest, but because unease feels like disorder. And your mind is always trying to keep the gallery clean, the frames aligned, the lighting just so. It wants harmony, even if that means cropping out pieces of the picture. The dissonance between what is and what fits is quietly trimmed, adjusted, softened, until it fades into the background. You don't reject opposing ideas violently. You just don't linger on them. You scroll past, you skim, you doubt their sources more quickly, you find flaws more easily, and the more intelligent you are, the more subtle the filtering becomes. You don't just look for agreement. You build elegant explanations to defend it. You become a curator of coherence, an artist of alignment. And slowly, the gallery becomes an echo chamber. Quiet, ordered, comfortable, but incomplete. You become fluent in your own perspective and forget how to translate others. It happens in relationships. You notice what affirms your trust in someone and unconsciously downplay the things that might challenge it. You remember being right more vividly than being corrected. You interpret neutrality as support if that's what you hope it is. You paint people into the roles your story needs them to play. And in doing so, you're not lying to yourself. You're editing. For clarity. For emotional ease. You skip the scenes that introduce doubt. You mute the lines that contradict your interpretation. But clarity without contradiction isn't clarity at all. It's choreography. And the cost is accuracy. You lose the friction that might have sharpened you. You avoid the challenge that could have widened your view. You trade growth for comfort, curiosity for certainty, not out of malice, out of maintenance, because certainty feels stable, predictable, and stability is seductive. To break this, you don't need to bulldoze the gallery. You need to add new rooms, strange rooms, rooms with art you don't understand yet, with colors that unsettle you, ideas that don't flatter you, questions that refuse neat answers. You walk into them and feel disoriented, and that's the point. Because discomfort is a sign you've stepped beyond confirmation and into confrontation. You've crossed into the raw terrain of reality, where things don't line up, and that's what makes them true. And confrontation isn't conflict. It's contact. With reality, with difference, with the edges of yourself. It's the moment you pause and ask, why does this feel wrong? And instead of running from the feeling, you study it. You invite it to speak. You follow the thread that threatens to unravel your assumptions, not because you want to be wrong, but because you want to be whole. In that space, confirmation bias doesn't vanish, but it loses authority. You see it as one voice in the room, not the curator of the whole exhibit. It becomes part of the story, not the author. And when that happens, something shifts. Your gallery expands, not with chaos, but with complexity, not with disorder, but with depth. You begin to tolerate contradiction. You begin to see nuance not as weakness, but as wisdom. And maybe, slowly, you stop seeing your beliefs as mirrors and start seeing them as windows, not to reflect who you are, but to reveal what you haven't seen yet. That's not easy. It's art. And like any art, it asks you to be still with what confuses you, to sit with what doesn't validate you, to resist the impulse to change the lighting until it flatters you, and to grow, not just by reinforcing what you know, but by discovering what you don't. By making space for the foreign, the unfamiliar, the unresolved. That's how you keep the gallery honest. You acknowledge its limits, you challenge its frames, you question its exclusions. And over time, you begin to see not just what you agree with, but what you've missed. You make peace with ambiguity. You let complexity speak. And you understand that seeing clearly was never about building a perfect exhibit. It was about never stopping the curation. That's how you begin to really see. Overconfidence bias. You're not as good as you think you are. You stand on a high ledge, staring out at a landscape you believe you've mastered. You've walked these paths. You've memorized their patterns. You feel fluent in your own success. With each step, each decision, each prediction that seemed to land just right, your confidence has grown, not in loud declarations, but in subtle certainties, in the quiet belief that you see more clearly than others, that you're less prone to error, that you've learned the rules and can now navigate by instinct. And for a while, you can, until instinct misleads you. Until the familiar becomes unfamiliar and you don't notice. Because overconfidence doesn't begin with a shout. It begins with an assumption, a skipped question, a silent shortcut, a belief that you've done this before, so you don't need to check again. This is overconfidence bias, not vanity, not pride in its traditional sense, but a psychological illusion that grows slowly and invisibly. It feeds on past wins. It accumulates quietly in the background. It doesn't need to exaggerate. It just needs you to stop asking questions, to stop calibrating, to stop wondering, could I be wrong? And so it builds. One correct guess, one smooth decision, one compliment at a time. You start to trust not only your knowledge, but your gut. You rely on it. You promote it in your own mind. But the gut can be wrong. The memory can be flawed. The perception can be biased. And the more confident you become, the less room you leave for that possibility. You plan without double-checking. You assume without researching. You speak without listening. You interrupt without intending to. Because why wait for a point you're sure you already understand? You evaluate risks based not on their reality, but on your sense of mastery over them. And the world, for a while, complies, or seems to. But even cliffs look like solid ground, until you reach their edge. Overconfidence is the silent narrowing of perspective. It turns curiosity into closure. It turns I think into I know. And when someone disagrees, you don't hear a challenge. You hear noise. Something to be dismissed. Something that doesn't quite get it. And so you double down. You reinforce the structure. You build your certainty taller without widening its base. And you don't realize you're teetering until something tilts, because reality doesn't bend to belief. It only allows you to ignore the slope until it steepens beneath your feet. It happens in jobs, in relationships, in systems. You overestimate how well you're communicating. You underestimate how much you're missing. You skip the feedback because you're probably fine. You stop learning, not because you've mastered everything, but because you assume you've mastered enough. And in that moment, your growth pauses, your awareness narrows, your improvement flatlines, while your confidence keeps rising. But overconfidence, unchecked, is momentum without balance. It speeds you forward while slowly disconnecting you from the ground you're standing on. Until a challenge arises that you didn't see coming, a detail you overlooked, a mistake you didn't think you could make, and then you fall. Not because you were unprepared, but because you didn't know you needed to prepare. And here's the strange truth. The people who know the most are often the most hesitant, not because they're unsure, but because they understand how much more there is to learn. They've seen the complexity. They've stumbled enough times to become cautious. They've felt the weight of being wrong and respected it. Meanwhile, the ones who've barely scratched the surface can be the loudest, the most certain, the least willing to pause. Because ignorance doesn't just miss the truth, it masks its absence with confidence. That's the paradox. Awareness makes you quieter. Doubt, in healthy doses, makes you wiser. But overconfidence, it skips both. It rewards speed over depth, certainty over reflection. And so the danger isn't in being wrong. It's in not knowing that you are. In not realizing that your internal compass might be slightly off course. And the longer you go without checking it, the further you drift. So, how do you pull back from the edge? By slowing down, by treating confidence as a hypothesis, not a conclusion. By inviting others to poke holes in your certainty, not to break it, but to test its strength. By asking yourself regularly, where could I be mistaken? What haven't I considered? When did I last change my mind? Because the mind isn't static. It grows through challenge, it sharpens through friction, it evolves through humility. And if you leave no room for error, you leave no room for expansion. The most powerful thinkers in history weren't the ones who were always right. They were the ones who kept asking better questions, the ones who held their theories lightly, the ones who said, "This is what I believe, for now." And that for now was what kept them alive, evolving, honest. Confidence isn't bad, it's necessary, but it needs a counterweight, something to keep it from hardening into arrogance. That weight is humility, and humility isn't weakness, it's your tether to reality. Because when you stand on a high place with both confidence and humility, you don't fear the edge. You respect it. You study it. You build your steps carefully. And when you fall, as everyone eventually does, you fall into awareness, not oblivion. You fall into the lesson, not the trap. That's the difference. That's the edge. And if you can walk it, not with fear, but with mindfulness, you'll go further. Not because you're sure of yourself, but because you're sure that you're still learning, still adjusting, still listening, still growing. And that, in the end, is the only confidence worth having, the kind that knows its limits and keeps walking anyway. Loss aversion, the fear of losing. Overpowers, the joy of gaining. You make choices every day, believing they're guided by logic, by reason, by a careful weighing of risks and rewards. But if you look closer, if you slow down the moment, just before you decide, you'll often find that the real engine behind your actions isn't the promise of gain, but the fear of loss. It's not hope that grips your chest when something matters. It's anxiety. It's not the joy of what could go right that keeps you awake at night. It's the dread of what might go wrong. And that imbalance, that disproportionate weight your brain gives to losing over winning, isn't just a quirk of emotion. It's loss aversion. A cognitive bias so deeply embedded in human behavior that it quietly shapes your habits, your decisions, your relationships, your dreams, and you almost never realize it's happening. You might think you're pursuing success, but more often you're just trying to avoid failure. You stay in a job you've outgrown, not because it excites you, but because leaving feels like gambling stability. You cling to habits that no longer serve you because change, even good change, feels like stepping toward uncertainty. You don't start the project, launch the idea, speak the truth, because somewhere deep inside, the potential pain of losing outweighs the potential joy of winning. And this isn't just a feeling, it's measurable. Psychologists have shown that losing something, money, status, security, affection, hurts roughly twice as much as gaining the same thing feels good. That imbalance creates a kind of gravitational pull. You drift not toward opportunity, but towards safety, towards sameness, toward whatever you already have, even if what you have is mediocre, unfulfilling, or slowly draining the life out of you. Because at least it's known, at least it's not a loss. And this is where the trap tightens. Because fear of loss doesn't just protect you from pain, it slowly begins to define your version of success. You start setting your goals not based on what would bring joy, but on what might minimize risk. You avoid people who challenge you because losing approval feels sharper than gaining insight. You say no to growth because the potential of temporary discomfort outweighs the promise of long-term fulfillment. And then you wonder why life feels small, why the world looks grey, why the dreams you once held so vividly now sit quiet in the background, dusty and unexplored. It's because you've been measuring your life in terms of what you might lose, not what you could gain. And loss aversion isn't content with your present. It rewrites your past too. You remember failures more than triumphs. You obsess over missed chances more than taken ones. You frame your identity around what went wrong instead of what went right. And this emotional weighting begins to erode your confidence. You become hesitant, cautious, overly strategic, not because you lack potential, but because your brain keeps whispering that anything unknown might become a regret. So you rehearse disaster, you imagine the worst, you seek guarantees before you move, and all the while, life continues. Fast, fragile, indifferent to your hesitation. The opportunities don't wait. The time doesn't pause. And in your attempt to avoid pain, you unknowingly choose a different kind of loss. The loss of possibility, the loss of becoming, the slow erosion of who you might have been, buried under all the stories you told yourself to stay safe. But loss aversion isn't evil. It's ancient, evolutionary, a survival tool designed to keep you alive. Back when losing meant death, when risk meant predators, when every decision had consequences etched in blood or hunger, the fear of loss kept your ancestors vigilant. But you don't live in that world anymore. Your risks are no longer lions in the grass. They're emails you haven't sent, conversations you avoid, talents you haven't shared, yet your brain still reacts as if everything is life or death. It still floods your body with cortisol at the thought of rejection, still triggers your fight or flight response when faced with uncertainty, still whispers that it's better to stay small than to lose something that matters. And unless you learn to name that fear, to recognize it, to sit with it, without letting it dictate your life, it will continue to guide you, silently, relentlessly, making you smaller than you need to be. So how do you resist it? How do you walk forward when everything inside you screams to hold back? It starts with awareness, noticing the moment you hesitate, the moment your decision tilts towards safety, the moment you feel more afraid of losing than excited about winning. In that moment, pause. Ask yourself what you're really afraid of. Ask what story you're telling. Ask whether the fear of loss is truly protecting you or just controlling you. And then ask what you stand to gain, not in theory, but in real, vivid detail. What might open if you said yes? What might grow if you risked discomfort? What kind of person might you become if you stopped running from every imagined loss and started chasing what calls to you? Because the truth is, every meaningful life involves loss. You lose comfort when you grow. You lose certainty when you evolve. You lose versions of yourself when you become more whole. But these aren't tragedies. They're transitions, necessary endings that create space for better beginnings. And yes, not every risk leads to reward. Sometimes you will lose. Sometimes the worst-case scenario will arrive. But the question isn't whether loss is possible. It's whether you'll live in constant fear of it, or learn to carry it as part of the price of being alive. Because joy costs, meaning costs, love costs. And the currency is often your willingness to lose, to try anyway, to show up anyway, even when the outcome isn't guaranteed. Especially then, because the irony is, the more you try to avoid loss, the more you lose by default. You lose time, you lose momentum, you lose the chance to surprise yourself. But when you accept loss as part of the path, as part of the price of fully living, you begin to move differently. You act not because you're sure you'll win, but because the act itself is a kind of victory. You choose not the safest option, but the most honest one. And in that honesty, you find a strange kind of peace, a deeper kind of security, not the security of control, but of integrity, of knowing that your choices were guided not by fear, but by alignment, not by avoidance, but by intention. And slowly, you build a life that's not just safe, but meaningful. A life shaped not by the fear of losing, but by the courage to try, to reach, to grow, even when it hurts, even when it's hard. Because you're not here to avoid every loss. You're here to learn what's worth risking. And when you live that way, when you choose with your heart instead of your fear, you may still lose sometimes, but you'll gain something far more powerful. A life that's fully yours. The illusion of control. Why you feel in charge of random events. You press the button on the elevator twice, even though you know it won't make it arrive faster. You tap your foot anxiously at a red light, glance at the crosswalk as if your impatience will make it change. You wear a specific shirt before an important meeting, avoid cracks in the sidewalk on the way to an interview, and feel a strange discomfort when you forget to perform these little rituals, as if the outcome of your day depends on them. Somewhere in the background of your mind, a quiet belief lives and breathes that you have more control than you actually do, that your actions, even the smallest ones, can influence outcomes that are, in reality, beyond your reach. It doesn't feel like a belief. It feels like instinct, like common sense, like agency. But what you're experiencing is not control. It's the illusion of control. A cognitive bias so deeply woven into the fabric of human psychology that it colors everything, from how you interpret traffic patterns to how you make life-altering decisions. It's the reason gamblers swear by lucky charms, why people believe their choice of lottery numbers improves their odds, why sports fans wear the same socks during every game, why traders in financial markets overestimate their predictive power, and why people cling to routines as if routine equals safety. It's the mind's attempt to overlay predictability onto chaos, to find patterns where none exist, to forge connections between action and outcome even when the relationship is imaginary. Because randomness is terrifying. The idea that events can unfold without meaning, without cause, without warning, strikes at the core of what makes you feel secure. And so, your brain does what it's evolved to do. It builds a story where you are the cause, the reason, the central force holding the threads together. And while that story brings comfort, it comes at a cost. It blinds you to randomness. It dulls your awareness of chance. It seduces you into overconfidence, tempts you to take credit for coincidences, and leads you to believe that success was due to skill, while failure was just bad luck. You remember the decisions that led to good outcomes and forget the ones that were irrelevant. You cherry-pick moments where effort seemed to bend fate and discard the countless times effort made no difference at all. You live as if the world is a machine and you are its operator, as if every lever you pull creates a direct and predictable result. But the world isn't a machine. It's a storm, a web, a pulsing chaos of interacting variables that no single mind can fully comprehend. And the deeper you look, the more fragile your control appears. You didn't choose the weather today. You didn't design your genetics. You didn't select your childhood, your parents, the social systems that shaped your early beliefs. You didn't craft the timing of your opportunities. You didn't write the minds of those who love you or those who left you. And yet, you still feel like you're steering the ship, still feel responsible for the winds and tides. And this creates a painful dissonance. When things go wrong, you blame yourself. You think harder, try harder, spin the wheels of your mind, wondering what you could have done differently, convinced that somewhere, somehow, you failed to press the right button, say the right words, perform the right sequence. But maybe nothing would have changed. Maybe the elevator button was never connected. Maybe you've been pressing unmarked keys on a disconnected keyboard, convinced you're coding the future. And yet this illusion persists, not because you're foolish, but because control feels safer than chance. The idea that outcomes are random is too disorienting. It makes effort feel pointless, hope feel naive, and so your mind gives you a gift, the illusion that you can control what you can't, that your rituals, your choices, your analysis, your certainty matter more than they do. And in a strange way, that illusion can be useful. It gets you out of bed. It motivates you to try. It gives you courage to act, because even if your influence is small, believing it exists allows you to move through the world with purpose. But when that illusion goes unchecked, when it grows beyond its usefulness, it becomes a trap. You start taking credit for things you didn't cause. You start blaming yourself for things you couldn't prevent. You try to control other people, outcomes, events. You micromanage life. And when life refuses to be micromanaged, you spiral. You get anxious, angry, hopeless. Not because life is unfair, but because it didn't obey the rules your illusion promised. And so the real danger of the illusion of control isn't just that it's false, it's that it sets you up for heartbreak. It sets expectations that reality can't meet. And when the disconnect becomes too wide, you either collapse into helplessness or double down, trying even harder to control the uncontrollable. You start thinking if you just visualize more clearly, plan more obsessively, perfect your routine, protect yourself enough, you can finally steer the chaos. But you can't. Not fully. Not forever. And the sooner you accept that, the freer you become. Not because you give up, but because you stop carrying the impossible weight of responsibility for everything. You stop blaming yourself for randomness. You stop mistaking luck for skill. You stop expecting the world to reward your rituals. And in that surrender, something strange happens. You begin to act not from fear, but from clarity. You focus on what you can actually influence, your effort, your integrity, your choices, not because they guarantee a result, but because they are yours, and you begin to see others more clearly too. You realize that success isn't always deserved, that failure isn't always earned. You soften your judgments. You open space for compassion. And perhaps most importantly, you let go of the need to be in control of everything. You stop living life like a puppet master. You stop trying to bend the wind. Instead, you adjust your sails. You act with purpose, knowing the outcome is never fully yours. You make peace with unpredictability. And that peace, that gentle, trembling, imperfect acceptance is the antidote to the illusion of control. Because it doesn't paralyze you, it liberates you. It frees you to live without pretending you're in charge of the stars. It frees you to try, to care, to love. Not because you can control the result, but because those things matter regardless. And maybe that's the deepest truth. The power you have is not the power to control, but the power to respond, to shape your posture in the face of chaos, to choose how you hold joy and loss, to offer your full self to a moment you cannot predict. And in that offering, you find something better than control. You find meaning. Not in mastery, but in participation. Not in certainty, but in presence. And that is no illusion. The bandwagon effect. Why you follow the crowd, even when you disagree. You like to think of yourself as independent, that your thoughts are your own, your choices deliberate, your beliefs shaped by reason and experience, not by pressure or popularity. You imagine yourself as the kind of person who questions, who stands apart when needed, who doesn't just go along with the crowd, but there's a whisper underneath that confidence, a current stronger than you'd like to admit, and it flows silently through every group you've ever joined, every opinion you've adopted, every silence you've kept when something didn't feel right. It's not always loud. It doesn't always come with peer pressure or social shame. Sometimes it's just a glance, a comment, a raised eyebrow, a sea of agreement that makes your hesitation feel like a threat. And so you shift, not because you've changed your mind, but because it feels safer, cleaner, easier. That's the bandwagon effect. Not a moment of persuasion, but a slow erosion of resistance in the face of overwhelming consensus. It's the invisible hand that pushes you toward the majority, the psychological tug that makes the crowd feel correct, even when your instincts say otherwise. And it starts early, in classrooms where the first answer given becomes the correct one, in social circles where the loudest voice defines the tone, in families where disagreement feels like disloyalty. You learn that going against the group isn't just uncomfortable, it's risky. Risky for your reputation, your relationships, your sense of belonging. Because humans are wired for tribe, for cohesion, for the safety of similarity. And so, slowly, you begin to watch the room before you speak. You hold back unpopular truths. You nod along to things you don't fully believe, not because you're weak, but because somewhere deep in your brain, conformity feels like survival. And the more people around you believe something, the more likely you are to believe it too. Not because the logic is stronger, but because the cost of standing out feels heavier. This isn't just social convenience, it's cognitive shortcutting. The brain, when unsure, looks to others for cues. If everyone else seems confident, you assume they must know something you don't. If a belief is repeated often enough, it begins to feel familiar, and familiarity breeds credibility. And once you've joined the crowd, something subtle happens. Your mind begins to rewrite your own history. You forget that you once disagreed. You begin to defend the belief as if it was always yours. And in that moment, the bandwagon effect completes its cycle, not just influencing your behavior, but your memory, your identity, your sense of truth. You don't just follow the crowd, you become the crowd. And that's where the danger lies. Because not all crowds are wise, not all popular ideas are good. History is filled with examples of collective delusion, of atrocities committed by ordinary people swept up in the current of majority opinion, too afraid or too unsure to resist. And yet, when you look at those moments from the outside, it's easy to judge, easy to say, I would have spoken up, I wouldn't have followed. But inside the moment, it never feels that simple. Inside the moment, it feels like choosing between alienation and acceptance, between being right and being safe, between the truth and your place in the group. And often, without realizing it, you choose the group, not because you don't care about truth, but because losing connection feels like losing part of yourself. And that fear of standing alone, is what gives the bandwagon effect its power. It doesn't just influence what you think, it influences what you think you're allowed to think. And once that line is drawn, curiosity withers, dissent fades, innovation stalls. Because when everyone agrees, no one questions. And when no one questions, bad ideas thrive unchecked. This is why the bandwagon effect is more than a social quirk. It's a threat to progress, to integrity, to truth. But resisting it isn't easy. It requires more than awareness. It requires courage. The courage to pause when the crowd moves. The courage to ask, do I actually believe this? The courage to hold a different view, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it costs you something. And that courage doesn't come from ego. It comes from humility, from recognizing how easily the mind conforms, how susceptible we all are to consensus, and choosing, moment by moment, to check your alignment. Not with the crowd, but with your conscience. Because true independence isn't about contrarianism. It's not about always disagreeing. It's about being willing to disagree when the truth demands it. It's about staying grounded in your own reasoning while remaining open to others. It's about having a spine and a heart, conviction and curiosity in equal measure. And when you live that way, something shifts. You start noticing when your opinion is drifting with the tide. You start hearing the quiet voice of doubt when everyone else is shouting certainty. You begin to value truth more than harmony, honesty more than acceptance. And that doesn't mean you always stand alone. Sometimes it means finding a different kind of crowd, the ones who value questioning, who welcome discomfort, who aren't afraid to disagree. Because the healthiest communities aren't the ones where everyone thinks the same. They're the ones where everyone is free to think at all. And that freedom begins with you, with your willingness to hold space between yourself and the bandwagon, to ask the hard questions, to sit in the tension of uncertainty, to risk disapproval for the sake of clarity. And maybe that's the real test. Not whether you follow the crowd, but whether you notice when you're doing it, and why. Whether your beliefs are yours or just echoes. Whether your choices are rooted or reactive. Whether your voice has weight or just volume. Because the world doesn't need more agreement. It needs more awareness. More people willing to step off the bandwagon, even if just long enough to ask, where is this thing actually going? And if you find it's headed somewhere true, get back on. But if not, walk. Walk with your doubts. Walk with your integrity. Walk with the quiet, difficult knowledge that truth is often unpopular, and that being alone with it is still better than being comfortable without it. That is the path of thoughtfulness. That is the strength behind the pause. That is how you reclaim your voice, not in defiance of the crowd, but in service of something deeper than its noise, the scarcity effect. How limited supply manipulates urgency. You see it and feel a spark, not because it's perfect, not because you truly need it, but because there's only one left. A pair of shoes with a little red tag that says, last chance. A hotel room labeled only 2 rooms remaining. A product page that whispers, 7 people are viewing this right now. And suddenly, the desire becomes louder, faster, more visceral. The decision that once felt optional now feels urgent. You tell yourself it's logical, that this thing might be useful, valuable, or beautiful. But the truth is, your brain isn't reacting to utility. It's reacting to scarcity. Not the real kind, the kind born of drought or famine, but the artificial kind engineered to hijack your attention, accelerate your choices, and bend your sense of value. This is the scarcity effect, and it's not just a marketing trick. It's a deep psychological reflex rooted in evolutionary survival. Because once upon a time, scarcity meant danger. If food was scarce, you moved. If shelter was scarce, you fought. If social bonds were scarce, you conformed. In that ancestral world, the fear of missing out wasn't a hashtag. It was a matter of life and death. So your brain evolved to prioritize the rare, to act quickly when opportunity was limited, to assign higher value to what might soon be gone. And even now, thousands of years later, those reflexes remain silent, automatic, powerful. They don't ask for your permission. They don't care about your rational plans. They just kick in when you see the words limited edition, only a few left, or exclusive access. And in that moment you feel it, not just desire but anxiety, the pressure of now, the thrill of almost, the dread of loss. And before you know it, you're acting. Not because you've thought it through, but because your brain whispered, if you don't, someone else will. And this isn't just about shopping. The scarcity effect creeps into how you view relationships, opportunities, time itself. You chase the partner who seems slightly out of reach, not because they're better for you, but because their distance creates a sense of rarity. You obsess over jobs at prestigious companies, not because they align with your values, but because few people get them. You panic over your age, your milestones, your place in life, because time feels scarce, like you're falling behind some invisible deadline that others seem to be meeting. And the tragedy is, the more you focus on scarcity, the more you lose sight of what truly matters. You start mistaking urgency for importance. You start equating value with availability. You start believing that just because something is rare, it must be worthy. But rarity doesn't guarantee meaning. It only guarantees attention. And attention is not the same as truth. A sold-out product isn't always a good one. A limited opportunity isn't always a right fit. A person who pulls away isn't always the one you're meant to chase. But scarcity doesn't care about fit. It only knows how to light the fuse. And once lit, your mind fills in the rest. You begin to invent justifications for why you want the thing, why it's the best option, why you must act now. You mistake your own urgency for evidence. And this creates a dangerous feedback loop. The more scarce something appears, the more desirable it feels. The more desirable it feels, the more pressure you feel to act. And the faster you act, the less time you give yourself to question the illusion. And that's exactly how scarcity wins. Not by forcing you to choose, but by narrowing the window, until choice becomes impulse. Until reflection becomes reaction. Until I want this becomes I must. And the cruel irony is that much of what triggers this effect is designed, intentionally, cynically, strategically. Companies use countdown timers not to inform you, but to accelerate your heartbeat. They create artificial scarcity, limiting stock, raising prices, controlling release dates, because they know that when something feels like it's slipping away, you're more likely to grasp. Social platforms limit access to features, beta invites, creator tools. Not always because they need to, but because exclusivity feels like privilege, and privilege drives behavior. Scarcity turns curiosity into urgency, hesitation into commitment, desire into panic. And when everyone is chasing the same limited thing, the value seems to skyrocket. Not because the thing changed, but because your brain sees the crowd and says, if they want it, I should want it too. But that's not clarity, it's contagion. Scarcity doesn't just manipulate your preferences, it manipulates your perception of what you even believe is available to you. It makes you feel like there isn't enough. Enough love, enough time, enough beauty, enough opportunity. It makes you rush, settle, compromise. Not because the options are gone, but because your vision has narrowed. Scarcity shrinks your imagination. And when your imagination shrinks, so does your freedom. You start making choices from fear rather than fullness. You start accepting crumbs because you're afraid the table is empty. You start moving fast because you're terrified of being left behind. But what if the table was never empty? What if the urgency was never real? What if the clock you've been racing against was never counting down? The truth is, most of what you fear missing out on isn't as scarce as it seems. Real connection isn't scarce, it just requires vulnerability. Real opportunity isn't scarce, it just requires patience. Real meaning isn't scarce, it just can't be packaged into flashing banners and one-day-only offers. And when you realize that, when you begin to see scarcity not as a truth but as a lens, you begin to reclaim your power. You begin to ask better questions. Do I want this? Or do I just feel like I'll regret not having it? Am I making a choice or just reacting to pressure? Am I chasing value or running from emptiness? And in that pause, the spell breaks. The urgency fades. The fog clears. And you realize that not every limited thing is worth chasing. That not every ticking clock deserves your panic. That you can let some things pass you by and still be whole. Because what's truly yours, truly needed, truly aligned, won't require you to abandon your clarity to claim it. It won't force you into haste. It won't hide behind fear. It will be there when you're ready. Not because it's waiting, but because you finally are. And maybe that's the secret. That the real scarcity isn't in the world, but in our willingness to believe we have time. Time to reflect. Time to choose. Time to move from fullness instead of fear. Because when you do, you stop chasing what's rare and start choosing what's right. The fear of regret trap. You make a decision, Not because it's what you truly want, not because it excites you, but because it feels like the option that won't haunt you later. It's not the path that calls to your soul. It's the one that seems least likely to leave a scar. You say no to the job that feels risky. You stay in the relationship that feels familiar. You keep your opinions quiet, your plans modest, your movements safe, not because these choices bring joy, but because they feel less likely to become regrets. And so you live not toward what could be, but away from what you fear might be. This is the fear of regret trap. It's not loud. It doesn't scream or demand. It whispers. It creeps into your choices disguised as wisdom, as caution, as maturity. It tells you that a regret avoided is a victory earned, that it's better to be a little bored than deeply disappointed, that it's better to miss a chance than to wish you hadn't taken it. And so you play it safe. You hedge your bets. You walk only as far as you can still see the way back. Because regret in your mind is not just unpleasant, it's unbearable. It's the ultimate emotional price tag, the shadow that lingers long after the moment has passed, the echo of a different life you can no longer reach. And this fear becomes a compass, but one that always points away from potential loss, never toward potential growth. You begin to measure every choice, not by its promise, but by its possible cost. You don't ask, what might I gain? You ask, what might I hate myself for? And that question, repeated enough times, reshapes your life. It flattens your risks, dulls your passions, narrows your future to the realm of the predictable. Because what's predictable can be controlled, and what can be controlled feels like it can be kept regret-free. But here's the paradox. The more you try to avoid regret, the more you become trapped by it. You don't escape it. You pre-live it. You carry it into the moment before the moment. You rehearse it like a disaster drill, imagining the what if so vividly that it paralyzes the what is. You run simulations in your head, each one ending with failure, with loss, with guilt. And so you decide not to decide. Or worse, you decide in favor of less, of smaller, of known. Because regret, in its imagined form, always feels larger than risk. It always feels like something you won't survive. But here's what no one tells. You can survive regret. You already have. You've made mistakes, missed chances, chosen wrong. And yet, here you are, breathing, learning, continuing. Regret is not the enemy. It's the evidence that you were awake, that you cared, that you were willing to choose at all. And yet, this truth gets buried under a culture that treats regret like a failure of foresight. That tells you smart people don't have regrets. That wisdom is about making perfect choices. That with enough planning, enough caution, enough strategy, you can outsmart sorrow. But you can't. Not fully. Not forever. Because you're not choosing between joy and regret. You're choosing which regret you're willing to live with. The regret of trying and failing, or the regret of never trying at all. The regret of saying yes to the unknown, or the regret of saying no to your own longing. And the tragedy is, by trying to dodge future pain, you inflict present stagnation. You trade the sharpness of possible loss for the dull ache of unfulfilled potential. And that ache builds slowly. It doesn't shout. It hums. A quiet discontent that grows with every choice made from fear instead of freedom. And you start telling yourself stories to soothe it, that it wasn't the right time, that it wasn't meant to be, that it was smarter to wait. But deep down, you know what was really guiding you. Not wisdom, not clarity, but the fear of future, self-recrimination. The voice that says, I don't want to look back and feel pain. But pain is part of looking back. It always is. Because no matter what you choose, there will be another path you didn't walk, another outcome you didn't reach, another version of yourself you didn't become. That's not failure. That's life. And the presence of regret doesn't mean the choice was wrong. It just means you're human. And the fear of regret, when left unchecked, makes you less human. It flattens your complexity. It reduces you to a risk avoidance machine, and life becomes less a journey and more a game of emotional insurance. But you can't insure your way to meaning. You can't safety plan your way into aliveness. At some point, You have to choose, not the path with the lowest chance of regret, but the one with the highest chance of alignment. Not the one with the fewest unknowns, but the one that resonates deepest, even if it scares you. And yes, you might regret it later, but you might not. And even if you do, that regret will be rich, specific, earned, the kind of regret that comes from living, not hiding. Because there is a difference between the regret of action and the regret of avoidance. One shapes you, the other shrinks you. One teaches you, the other haunts you, and you get to choose. Not what the future holds, but what version of yourself you want to be when it arrives. Do you want to be the one who never risked? Or the one who lived fully even when it hurt? Do you want to look back and see a map of safety zones? Or a trail of real, messy, courageous choices? Because you're going to regret something. The question is, which kind of regret will you be proud to carry? And maybe the only way to answer that is to stop trying to outsmart pain and start walking toward what matters more than comfort, toward meaning, toward truth, toward the kind of life that's too alive to be free from regret, but too honest to be ruled by it. The Dunning-Kruger effect. When incompetence feels like expertise. You've met them before, confident voices speaking with absolute certainty, quick answers offered with no hesitation, bold claims delivered with the swagger of authority, and something about their tone makes you question your own uncertainty. You wonder if they know something you don't. If maybe you're overthinking. If their clarity is a sign of mastery and your doubt is a symptom of weakness. But what if it's the opposite? What if that confidence you're witnessing is not the product of competence, but the illusion of it? What if the most certain people in the room are not the ones who know the most, but the ones who know the least about how little they know? That's the Dunning-Kruger effect, a cognitive distortion where people with low ability overestimate their expertise, because the same lack of skill that keeps them from performing well also keeps them from recognizing their own ignorance. It's not arrogance, it's not dishonesty, it's a blind spot, baked into the brain's wiring, because true expertise brings with it a painful awareness of complexity. The more you learn, the more you realize what you don't understand. You start to see the edge of your knowledge, not as a wall, but as an ocean. And in the presence of that vast unknown, humility is the only honest response. But those without that depth, they see no edge, they see no sea, they see a map with clean borders, a world where every answer is simple, every solution obvious, every belief justified. And in that small space, confidence flourishes. It grows unchecked, like a weed mistaken for a flower. And this illusion doesn't just exist in others, it lives in you too. In moments when you try something new and feel like a natural. In times when you speak confidently about a topic you've barely scratched the surface of. In decisions made, quickly because they felt right, only to realize later how much you didn't know. Because the Dunning-Kruger effect isn't just a description of people. It's a description of moments. Moments when your brain misjudges itself. When your perception of mastery outpaces your actual ability. And those moments are dangerous, not because they make you feel good, but because they make you stop learning. When you believe you already know enough, you stop asking questions. You stop seeking feedback. You stop listening. And growth freezes. And this becomes a cycle. You think you understand, so you act. Your actions reinforce your belief. And because you never test your assumptions, they calcify. And you walk through life certain, but shallow. Loud, but misinformed. And the world rewards you. Because confidence is seductive. Charisma sells. Boldness is mistaken for brilliance. And so the illusion gets amplified. You're praised for your certainty. Promoted for your boldness. Followed for your conviction. Even when you're wrong. Especially when you're wrong. Because systems aren't always designed to reward accuracy. They reward confidence. And so the Dunning-Kruger loop continues. Those who know the least feel the most certain, and those who know the most carry the burden of doubt. And the ones caught in between, they hesitate, they wait, they wonder if they're ready, and often they stay silent, while the loudest voices shape the conversation. And this is not just a philosophical curiosity, it's a societal problem. It affects how we hire, how we vote, how we teach, how we trust. It's why misinformation spreads faster than correction. Why simple lies beat complex truths. Why the world can feel upside down, where competence hides in the shadows and incompetence takes center stage. But the answer isn't to shout louder. It's not to meet overconfidence with more of the same. It's to cultivate a different kind of voice. A voice rooted in curiosity. A voice that says, I don't know, but I'm willing to learn. A voice that values accuracy over appearance, depth over dominance. And to do that, you have to first look inward. You have to ask, where am I overconfident? What have I stopped questioning? What topic do I feel certain about, but haven't studied deeply? And then you have to be brave enough to say, I was wrong. I don't know enough. I need to listen. And that bravery isn't weakness, it's wisdom. Because admitting ignorance is the first step toward real knowledge. It clears space for growth. It builds trust. It allows you to evolve, not just in what you know, but in how you know. Because knowledge isn't just accumulation, it's transformation. And the Dunning-Kruger trap dissolves the moment you realize how vast the unknown is. The moment you shift from proving you're right to discovering what's true. And once you do that, your confidence doesn't disappear. It deepens. It becomes quieter, steadier, more grounded. You begin to speak not with volume, but with value. Not with bravado, but with balance. And people start to listen, not because you shout the loudest, but because your words carry weight. Because your questions matter more than your declarations. Because your doubt is not weakness, it's the doorway to understanding. And maybe that's the greatest irony of all, that real expertise often hides behind humility. That the wisest minds don't wear crowns of certainty, but cloaks of curiosity. And that the path to mastery is not paved with quick answers, but with slow, deliberate questions asked again and again until the illusion breaks and something real begins. The spotlight effect. Why you think everyone is watching you. You step into a room and immediately feel the invisible heat of attention. You adjust your posture, smooth your clothes, glance around to make sure nothing is out of place. And, even if no one looks directly at you, your brain insists that you've been seen, sized up, silently judged. You walk through life as if a spotlight is always following you, tracking your every move, illuminating every stumble, amplifying every awkward moment into a performance others won't forget. But the truth is, they probably didn't even notice. That shirt you regretted wearing? Forgotten. That slip of the tongue you replayed 100 times? Ignored. That anxious laugh, that misstep, that failed joke, that moment where you felt exposed and vulnerable. It mattered far more to you than it ever did to them. Because you're not under a spotlight. You're under an illusion. The spotlight effect. A cognitive distortion that convinces you you're being observed far more than you actually are. It's not vanity. It's not narcissism. It's psychology. It's the way your mind centers your own perspective so completely that it becomes difficult to imagine that others aren't doing the same. You are the protagonist of your story. You narrate every moment. You feel every heartbeat. You remember every mistake. So it only makes sense that others do too, right? But they don't, because they're too busy narrating their own stories, worrying about their own mistakes, adjusting their own posture under their own imagined spotlight. And this mutual invisibility creates a strange and lonely paradox. Everyone feels watched, but no one's really watching. Everyone fears judgment, but everyone's too distracted to judge. And yet, the illusion persists. It shapes your behavior. It governs your choices. It convinces you to hide, to edit, to hesitate. Not because others are criticizing you, but because your mind is simulating their judgment in vivid, high-definition detail. You imagine their eyes, their thoughts, their smirks. You project shame onto their blank expressions. You assume silence means disapproval, that laughter means mockery, that forgetfulness means rejection. And in doing so, you shrink. You avoid risks. You hold back truths. You edit your personality into a safer, quieter version. Not because anyone asked you to, but because you assumed they would if they noticed. And this assumption becomes a kind of prison. A quiet, invisible cage built not from bars, but from glances you imagined, whispers you never heard, and opinions you fabricated in the absence of evidence. And the tragedy is, the more you try to avoid the spotlight, the more powerful it becomes. The more you think about how you're perceived, the more attention you give to the illusion, and the more you give it, the more real it feels. You begin to police yourself, to second guess, to apologize for things no one noticed, to feel embarrassed by memories no one else remembers. And this anxiety doesn't just drain your confidence, it steals your presence. It pulls you out of the moment, into a mental theater where the audience is imaginary and the critic is you, because that's the twist. The harshest spotlight isn't the one you think others shine on you. It's the one you shine on yourself. You think you're hiding from their gaze, but really, you're hiding from your own. And to break free, you have to dim that inner spotlight. You have to remember that attention is a scarce resource, and people spend most of it on themselves. You have to realize that your worst moments are not headline news. They're passing blips in the background of other people's lives. That the thing you think defines you, your nervousness, your flaw, your failure, is barely a footnote in someone else's day. And that's not depressing, it's liberating, because it means you can stop performing, you can speak without rehearsing, laugh without checking the room, move without shrinking. It means you can start living not as a projected image, but as a person, a real person, messy, imperfect, forgettable in the best possible way. It means your mistakes aren't spotlit disasters. They're shared human experiences. It means your awkwardness isn't a tragedy. It's a language everyone understands. Because everyone stumbles, everyone forgets, everyone mispronounces a word, trips over a thought, tells a joke that doesn't land. The people you admire have felt your fear. The people you fear are fighting their own invisible battles. And the only difference between those who shine and those who hide isn't the spotlight. It's their willingness to stop fearing it, to let go of the fantasy that they're constantly being watched, and to live like no one's paying attention, because most of the time, no one is. And those who are? They're often watching with far more kindness than you expect, because real attention isn't as cruel as imagined judgment. Real people are more forgiving than the audience in your head. And when you stop treating every room like a stage, something beautiful happens. You relax, you breathe, you make space for authenticity, for connection, for joy. Because life isn't a performance, it's a conversation, and you don't need a spotlight to be heard. You need honesty. You need presence. You need the courage to stop imagining a theater around you and start noticing the people beside you. People who aren't here to critique you, but to meet you as you are. Not perfect, not polished, just real. The status quo bias. Why you prefer familiar pain over unknown possibilities. You tell yourself that if something isn't broken, there's no reason to fix it. You say that stability is a virtue, that routine means reliability, that change should only come when absolutely necessary. And yet, behind those reassurances lies a quieter truth, one you rarely speak out loud. You're not staying because you love where you are. You're staying because you're afraid of what comes next. It's not comfort you're clinging to, it's familiarity. Even when the familiarity hurts, even when it drains you, even when every part of you whispers, there must be more than this. Still, you stay. You stay in the job that leaves you hollow, in the relationship that no longer nourishes, in the habits that slowly dim your spirit. Not because they're good, but because they're known. And in the face of the unknown, even pain can feel like safety. That's the grip of the status quo bias. Not a logical preference for things that work, but an emotional reflex that convinces you that what's familiar must also be what's right. It doesn't shout. It doesn't demand. It whispers in moments of hesitation. It nudges when you're on the edge of a decision. It wraps itself in the language of practicality and prudence, offering you the illusion of wisdom while quietly feeding your fear. And it's powerful, Because the human brain isn't just wired for survival, it's wired for prediction, for patterns, for consistency. And the more familiar a path is, the easier it is to walk it in your mind. The fewer unknowns, the less mental effort. The less risk, the more stability. Your nervous system interprets change as a threat, not because it knows what's coming, but because it doesn't. And so the status quo feels safe, not because it is, but because it's mapped. Because you know how to survive here, even if you don't know how to thrive. And so you tell yourself that now isn't the time, that you'll wait until things get worse, or better, or clearer. You tell yourself you're being patient, strategic, mature, but deep down, you're stalling. Because choosing something new requires admitting that something old is no longer enough. It requires facing the grief of what was, the uncertainty of what could be, the vulnerability of not knowing if the leap will lead to flight or a fall. And so you wait, you stay, you endure. Not because it feels good, but because it feels familiar. Because your brain prefers predictable suffering over unpredictable possibility. And that preference becomes a pattern, a cycle, a quiet resignation that this, whatever this is, must be your life. Because it's the life you've built. Because it's the one that makes sense to others. Because disrupting it feels selfish, or foolish, or unsafe. And so you shrink your dreams to fit your current reality instead of expanding your reality to fit your dreams. You adjust your expectations. You call it maturity. You call it realism. But often, it's just fear. Not of failure, but of change. Of the identity loss that comes with transformation. Of the internal chaos that follows external shifts. And the status quo bias feeds that fear. It magnifies the risk. It minimizes the reward. It whispers that the devil you know is better than the angel you don't. That change is naive. That what you have is already enough. And sometimes that's true. Sometimes staying is strength, but not always. Because sometimes the only thing keeping you from a more meaningful life is the belief that your current one is the only safe choice. That discomfort is preferable to uncertainty. That endurance is more noble than evolution. But what if it's not? What if your pain isn't the price of stability, but the symptom of misalignment? What if your dissatisfaction isn't a flaw to fix, but a signal to follow? What if the ache you feel isn't a burden, but a compass? Because under the weight of status quo lies something deeper, the yearning to become, to stretch, to rise, to outgrow what once fit, but no longer serves. And honoring that yearning means confronting a truth most people avoid. That growth requires discomfort. That clarity often arrives only after the leap. That the life you long for won't feel safe. At first, it will feel terrifying. It will feel like chaos. It will feel like loss. Because it is. It's the loss of old narratives, old rhythms, old versions of you. But in that loss, there's space. Space for something new to take root. Something more aligned, more honest, more alive. And that space only opens when you stop clinging to the safety of sameness. When you stop confusing familiarity with truth. When you stop assuming that because something has lasted, it deserves to continue. Because longevity is not proof of value. Endurance is not proof of fit. And repetition is not the same as resonance. You can repeat a life that feels wrong for decades and still call it stability. You can stay stuck for years and still call it loyalty. But eventually, your soul knows. It starts whispering through anxiety, through fatigue, through boredom, through apathy. It asks you to listen, to question, to wonder, what am I avoiding by staying here? What am I giving up by not choosing differently? What would I reach for if I believed I could survive the discomfort of change? And when you ask those questions, the illusion begins to crack. The status quo no longer feels safe. It feels suffocating. The routines no longer feel grounding. They feel deadening. The roles you've played no longer feel noble. They feel hollow. And in that recognition, something awakens. Not rebellion, not recklessness, but readiness. The readiness to release what no longer fits. To risk stepping into what might. To trust that you can rebuild, not instantly, not easily, but meaningfully, authentically. And that trust becomes your new anchor, not certainty, not comfort, but courage. The courage to be a beginner again. To say, this might not work, but staying here definitely doesn't. And that shift, small at first, changes everything. You start making choices not just to avoid regret, but to create alignment. You start moving not just away from pain, but toward truth. You stop asking, what's safest, and start asking, what's real? And that is where change begins, not in burning down your life, but in daring to question its foundations, in allowing yourself to imagine something different, something fuller, something more you. And once you do, you realize the status quo was never a shield. It was a story, one you inherited, one you built, one you can outgrow, and you will, not all at once, but step by step, thought by thought, choice by choice, until one day, you look around and realize you no longer live inside a script. You live inside a possibility you once feared and now call home, the ostrich effect. Why you avoid information that scares you. You know it's there, lurking at the edge of your awareness, waiting for you to turn your head and finally look. That email you haven't opened, that notification you keep swiping away, that letter from the bank, that medical result, that difficult conversation, that piece of news you scroll past because you already know what it will say, and still, you don't look. You tell yourself you'll get to it tomorrow, that now's not the right time, that you're too tired, too busy, too overwhelmed. But the truth is simpler than that. You're afraid, not of the thing itself, but of what it might mean, not of reality, but of the feeling it might unleash. And so you avoid, you distract, you rationalize, you bury your head in the sand, not because you're foolish, but because you're human. This is the ostrich effect. The psychological reflex to avoid negative information when facing it would make you anxious, ashamed, uncertain, or helpless. It's not about ignorance, it's about self-protection. Your brain isn't ignoring the truth because it doesn't care. It's ignoring the truth because it cares too much. Because looking at it might force you to feel something you don't yet know how to hold. And so you construct a fragile kind of peace, built not on clarity, but on delay, on distraction, on silence. You convince yourself that what you don't know can't hurt you, that avoiding pain is the same as escaping it. But pain doesn't disappear just because you refuse to see it. It waits. It grows in the dark. It seeps into your body in the form of stress, into your relationships in the form of tension, into your decisions in the form of denial. And what you think you're postponing, you're actually deepening. You're not buying time, you're borrowing it. And eventually, the cost comes due. The unopened email becomes a debt. The ignored symptom becomes a diagnosis. The quiet conflict becomes a rupture. The news you didn't want to hear becomes the story you can no longer rewrite. And still, a part of you resists. Because the act of looking feels like surrender, like opening the door to something that might knock you over. But here's what the ostrich effect doesn't tell you. Looking doesn't make things worse. It just makes them visible. And what's visible can be addressed. What's visible can be healed. What's visible can be changed. Avoidance, on the other hand, freezes everything in place. It keeps you stuck in a version of reality that's slowly decaying under the weight of what's unspoken, unseen, unresolved. And the more you avoid, the harder it becomes to return. The unopened becomes the unbearable. The longer you wait, the more monstrous the truth seems in your imagination. But the truth, when finally faced, is rarely as lethal as your anxiety predicted. It's not painless, but it's clearer. And clarity is a strange kind of mercy. Because it ends the guessing, it ends the spiraling, it gives your fear a shape, and once it has a shape, it has edges. And once it has edges, it can be worked with, it can be named, it can be felt, it can be moved through, but only if you look, only if you gather the courage to lift your head and meet what you've been running from. And that courage doesn't come all at once, it comes in waves. It comes in quiet moments when the weight of avoidance feels heavier than the fear of knowing. It comes when you realize that uncertainty is not peace, it's paralysis. That numbness is not safety, it's stagnation. That ignorance is not innocence, it's delay. And when that realization hits, you're faced with a choice: to keep hiding or to begin seeing. Not everything, not all at once, but one thing, one truth, one email, one conversation, one small act of turning toward instead of away. And that turn, however subtle, is sacred, because it's the first step in reclaiming your agency, in reminding yourself that you can face hard things, that you can hold grief, disappointment, failure, fear, and not be destroyed by them. That avoidance is not strength, it's fear wearing the mask of calm. And when you remove the mask, you make space for something more honest, more tender, more transformative. You start to see that the truths you feared were not monsters, but messengers. That the emotions you avoided were not weaknesses, but signals. That the pain you postponed was not punishment, but an invitation to feel, to grow, to shift, and maybe even to heal. Because there's no freedom in pretending. There's only delay. And the life you long for, the clarity, the alignment, the peace, lives not beyond your fears but within them. Not after you escape them, but through them. And the doorway is attention. The beginning is the choice to look. Not because it will be easy, but because not looking has cost you too much already. Because the longer you avoid what scares you, the more power it holds. And the moment you face it, that power begins to dissolve, slowly, unevenly, but unmistakably. And you realize that the truth, however painful, is never what breaks you. It's the resistance to it that does. The stories you build around it. The silence you wrap it in. The time you spend trying not to see what you already know. And when you finally stop running, you feel it. The relief. Not because the truth is kind, but because the hiding is over. And in that ending, something new can begin. Something honest. Something brave. Something yours. Hyperbolic discounting. You tell yourself you'll start tomorrow, that next week you'll eat healthier, that you'll begin saving soon, that you'll write the book later, that one day you'll finally get serious. You promise your future, self-discipline, patience, clarity. But today you'll have the cookie. You'll spend the money, you'll scroll just a little longer, because now is tangible, now is warm, now is immediate. And later is a shadow, a whisper, an idea that feels important, but never urgent. This is hyperbolic discounting, not a complex academic term, but the simple, daily, deeply human tendency to choose smaller, sooner rewards over larger, later ones. You don't do this because you're irrational or weak. You do it because your brain is wired to value immediacy, to feel more deeply the promise of pleasure now than the logic of benefit later. It's not laziness, it's biology, a bias baked into the way you experience time, motivation, and reward. Because in the ancient environments your mind evolved within, later often never came. The fruits on the tree might be gone tomorrow. The prey might run. The rival might arrive. To delay was to risk. So your nervous system became attuned to the present, to the scent of food now, to the safety of shelter now, to the smile of the tribe now. And while that wiring once kept you alive, it now makes long-term fulfillment feel like a distant mirage. You know what's better for you in the future, but it rarely feels better in the moment. And feeling, not logic, is what moves you. So you delay what matters and indulge what satisfies. You choose now over next, comfort over growth, ease over meaning. Not always, but often. And the gap between your intentions and your actions widens. You say you want to change, but your calendar fills with distractions. You dream of becoming more, but your habits stay the same. You value health, but binge convenience. You value freedom, but spend recklessly. You value wisdom, but drown in dopamine. And when the guilt settles in, you look for discipline, for willpower, for hacks to outsmart your cravings. But the truth is, no amount of self-criticism can overwrite. A brain that sees now as real and later as fiction. Because time, for your mind, isn't a straight line. It's a warped curve. The further away a reward is, the less valuable it feels. Not in theory, but in sensation. The same task, saving $100, running for 30 minutes, meditating for 10, feels entirely different depending on whether the benefit arrives today or a year from now. And this inconsistency isn't just annoying, it's identity shaping. It determines whether you become who you intend to be or stay trapped in the gravity of who you've always been. Because the life you want isn't built in a single decision. It's built in thousands of micro-choices, most of them invisible, most of them made under the influence of this bias. It's the reason why long-term goals feel noble in the morning and disposable by afternoon. It's why New Year's resolutions fade by February. It's why you say yes to a third drink knowing you'll hate yourself tomorrow. And understanding this isn't enough, because awareness doesn't eliminate emotion. Knowing that patience leads to better outcomes doesn't make patience feel more rewarding. Not right now. Not when the sugary rush is calling. Not when the comfort of procrastination numbs your fear of failure. Not when the future feels abstract and your anxiety feels immediate. So what do? How do you bridge the gap between what you say you want and what you actually do? How do you act for your future self when your present self is the one making the choices? You begin by shrinking the distance, by making the long-term feel short-term, by translating future rewards into present meaning. You break the far away into the now. You visualize what's coming, not vaguely, but vividly. Not, I'll be healthier, but I'll wake up with energy. Not, I'll have money someday, but I'll feel calm when the rent is due. You make the reward real. You bring it close. You rehearse the feeling of having it so often that it starts to compete with the rush of the quick fix. And you remove the fog around the cost. Because every small indulgence has a consequence, but that consequence is often invisible. You don't gain weight after one meal. You don't go broke after one splurge. You don't ruin a career in one lazy afternoon. But compound these moments, and they become your life. Compound them, and the dream dies. So make the cost visible. Map it. Name it. Let your brain see what it's trading. Ask, if I say yes to this now, what am I saying no to later? And not in some abstract moral sense, but in real terms, in felt consequences. If I skip this workout, I'm choosing less energy. If I scroll for an hour, I'm choosing less sleep. If I eat this entire cake, I'm choosing the headache I always get. If I procrastinate this project, I'm choosing future panic. And then, choose anyway, but choose with eyes open, not in shame, not in self-punishment, but in clarity, because sometimes the now is worth it. Sometimes the pleasure is sacred. Sometimes indulgence is a form of self-love. But when it becomes default, when it becomes reflex, when it becomes a way to avoid the harder, more meaningful path, then you've lost touch with your future, and your future is where your life unfolds. Your present is a single note. Your future is the symphony, and every choice you make now is a note you add to that melody. Off-key choices don't ruin the song, but unexamined choices do, repeated shortcuts do. The belief that now is all that matters does. So train yourself to listen forward, to hear your future voice, to feel its quiet pull, to sense the relief, the pride, the peace that will come when you show up for it now. And that training doesn't come through force. It comes through kindness, through practice, through small, steady nudges that remind your nervous system that you are safe without the instant reward, that you are strong enough to delay the hit, that you are worthy of the better thing, even if it takes time, because it will take time. Real change always does, but the delay is not denial. It's investment. It's scaffolding for the version of you that doesn't need to escape the moment to enjoy it. That doesn't chase every dopamine surge like, it's the last. That doesn't live at the mercy of impulse, but in partnership with vision. And that version of you, they're not perfect. They still want the cookie. They still scroll. But they choose, deliberately, lovingly, consciously, because they've tasted what it feels like to live for more than just this second. They've felt the strength of saying no to now in service of something deeper, something wider, something true. And once you've felt that, once you've watched your small sacrifices stack into real results, there's no going back. The donut is still sweet, but so is freedom, so is self-trust, so is waking up to a life you actually built, one trade-off at a time. And in that life, the reward doesn't just arrive later, it arrives quietly in the present moment as peace, the self-serving bias, how you blame the world and praise yourself. You pass the exam and call it intelligence. You fail the next and call it unfair. You get the job and say it's because you worked harder. You lose the next and say it was politics. You treat success like a mirror and failure like a window. One reflects back your greatness. The other looks outward for something, anything, anyone to blame. And most of the time, you don't even realize you're doing it. You think you're just being honest, accurate, rational. But beneath your reasoning lives a distortion. Subtle, automatic, protective. A filter that bends your interpretation of reality just enough to preserve something you hold sacred. Your self-image. This is the self-serving bias, the unconscious tendency to attribute your successes to internal factors, like talent or effort, while blaming your failures on external ones, like bad luck or difficult people. It's not vanity, it's not manipulation, it's survival, because deep down your mind equates self-worth with self-truth, and any truth that threatens your worth must be altered, softened, redirected, not because you're fragile, but because you're human, because the pain of failure is not just about outcomes, it's about identity. And so, the moment something goes wrong, your brain begins to look for a way to rewrite the story in which you're still competent, still moral, still right. You remember the parts that support that version. You forget the parts that don't. You emphasize effort when you win. You emphasize circumstance when you lose. And over time, this bias becomes a habit, a reflex, a shield. You become less curious about your role in things, less willing to self-examine, less able to grow. Because to grow, you have to admit you were wrong, that your action or inaction contributed, that you're not just the victim of the world's chaos, but sometimes the architect of your own. But that admission is painful. It requires humility, vulnerability, accountability. And your brain, especially in moments of emotional stress, would rather choose comfort over clarity. So it hands you a story, one where you tried your best, one where they misunderstood, one where the system was broken, the timing was off, the odds were stacked, and maybe some of that is true. Maybe a lot of it is. The world is unfair, people are flawed, context matters, but the self-serving bias doesn't care about balance, it cares about preservation. And in its extreme form, it becomes a trap, a cognitive prison in which you're always the hero or the victim, but never the cause, never the one who could have done something differently. And that trap doesn't just limit your growth, it erodes your relationships. Because if every mistake is someone else's fault, then you're never responsible. If every argument is their distortion, then you never have to listen. If every setback is bad luck, then you never have to plan differently. And those around you start to feel it. They start to notice the pattern, the deflections, the defensiveness, the subtle ways you avoid ownership. And over time, trust fractures. Not because you're cruel, but because people can feel when someone refuses to see their own reflection. And yet, the solution isn't to swing to the other extreme, to blame yourself for everything, to wallow in guilt, to make every failure a moral crisis. Because that too is a distortion. The point isn't to replace one bias with another, it's to see the bias clearly, to name it when it arises, to ask, is this really about them? Or am I protecting something in me? To notice when you start building a case rather than exploring a question. To pause when your instinct is to defend. To wonder, even briefly, what part of this is mine? And in that pause, something powerful begins. Growth. Not performative, self-flagellation, but real, honest evolution. Because self-awareness doesn't mean shaming yourself. It means including yourself in the equation. It means understanding that you are both the painter and the canvas, the actor and the audience, the one who feels and the one who decides what that feeling means. And from that place, accountability becomes empowering, not shaming. Responsibility becomes a tool for agency, not punishment. You start to see feedback not as an attack, but as information. Criticism not as rejection, but as refinement. And slowly, your world shifts. Your relationships deepen. Your work improves. Your emotional patterns soften, not because the world got easier, but because you stopped outsourcing every disappointment to it. You stopped expecting reality to validate your story. You started updating the story instead, and that story becomes richer, more nuanced, more human. You're no longer the flawless protagonist, but the evolving one, the one who missteps and learns, who reacts and reflects, who sometimes gets it wrong and then gets better. And that story, that's the one worth living. The one where you don't need to be right all the time to be worthy, where you don't need to win every conflict to be respected, where you don't need to shine to matter. You just need to show up, fully, honestly, willingly. And that begins with truth. Not the kind that flatters, but the kind that frees. The kind that says, yes, I contributed to this. The kind that says, yes, I have room to grow. The kind that says, I'm not perfect, but I'm responsible. And that responsibility is not a burden, it's a gift. Because it puts your life back in your hands. Not just your victories, but your transformation, your healing, your evolution. And once you taste that kind of honesty, the self-serving bias begins to lose its grip. It still shows up, it always will. But now you see it, you smile at it, you thank it for trying to protect you, and then you choose differently. You choose clarity over comfort. You choose integrity over illusion. You choose growth over blame. And in doing so, you become something rare, not just a person who shines in success, but one who rises through failure. Not just someone who tells a flattering story, but someone who lives a truthful one. Anchoring bias, the first number you hear, sets the stage. You walk into a store, see a price tag marked down from $399 to $249, and suddenly it feels like a deal. Not because you compared it to every similar product on the market, not because you calculated its true value, but because that first number, $399, planted a seed, a reference point, a psychological anchor that now makes $249 feel like a gift, even if the item never should have cost $399 in the first place. And it doesn't stop at shopping. It happens when you're negotiating a salary, hearing a statistic, estimating time, predicting outcomes. That first number, that first piece of information, acts like a gravitational force on your perception. It distorts, it bends, it frames everything that comes after it. This is anchoring bias, and it's not about numbers. It's about how the human mind latches onto the first data it receives and builds its entire judgment around it, even when the anchor is irrelevant, arbitrary, or outright manipulative. You think you're making independent decisions, that you're weighing pros and cons, that you're seeing clearly. But in truth, your thinking is often framed within a mental cage you didn't realize was there. And the bars were built with the first thing you saw, the first number you heard, the first example you were given, the first assumption that went unchallenged. Anchoring bias is subtle, insidious, and near universal. It doesn't ask for your permission. It doesn't announce its arrival. It just enters your cognitive system quietly and starts shaping the terrain. The worst part? You can be fully aware of its existence and still fall for it. You can know about it, name it, even teach it to others, and still find yourself anchoring your expectations, judgments, and actions to the first piece of information offered. Why? Because your brain craves shortcuts. It seeks efficiency over accuracy. And anchors are shortcuts. They reduce cognitive load. They help you decide quickly, feel confident, and move on. But quick doesn't mean correct. Confidence doesn't mean clarity. And moving on doesn't mean you moved in the right direction. Because when you anchor, you stop exploring, you stop questioning, You let the first thing you encounter set the boundaries of the possible, and that's where the danger lies. It's not just about being off in your estimates, it's about being limited in your imagination. Anchors don't just distort your thinking, they confine it. You go to an interview and the company offers a starting salary. Even if it's too low, it shapes your expectations for what's acceptable. You get a medical diagnosis and hear the average survival time. Even if it's outdated or irrelevant, it sets the tone for your emotional trajectory. You hear a friend's relationship story and use it as a template to judge your own. You watch a celebrity's morning routine and assume you're failing if you wake up after 6 a.m. You see someone's transformation story and believe it should take you the same 30 days. The first thing you see becomes the stage, the script, the scenery, the emotional tone. And you don't even realize you're playing a role someone else already wrote. Anchoring affects how you plan your future, how you view your past, and how you navigate your present. It shows up in your expectations, how long a task should take, how much money you think is a lot, how old someone should be to do something. It shows up in your comparisons, who you think is successful, what kind of body is normal, what kind of job is impressive. It shows up in your fears, how bad a rejection will feel, how much a mistake will cost, how long it will take to recover. And most dangerously, it shows up in your identity. You were told something once, by a parent, a teacher, a bully, a partner, and that first message became an anchor. You're too emotional. You're not athletic. You talk too much. You'll never be a leader. And whether you rebelled or obeyed, the anchor still shaped you. It became the starting point for how you saw yourself, and everything else became a negotiation around it. Anchors are sticky. They resist being moved. Because once something is anchored in your psyche, it doesn't just live in your thoughts, it lives in your gut. It feels like truth, like instinct. And instinct is hard to override, so you start adjusting your expectations, your goals, even your boundaries based on anchors you never chose. And then you wonder why you feel stuck, why your growth feels capped, why you keep circling the same patterns, because you never questioned the first number. You never asked where the frame came from. You just built your decisions inside it. But what if you didn't? What if you paused every time someone gave you a number, a label, an example, and asked, says who? What if you treated every initial data point as a suggestion, not a truth? What if you delayed your judgment until you saw the full landscape, not just the first signpost? That shift, small, subtle, internal, changes everything. Because when you break free from the anchor, you reclaim your agency. You start making decisions based on your own values, your own context, your own clarity. You realize that just because someone else says this is cheap, expensive, too late, too hard, too risky, doesn't make it true for you. You stop playing by someone else's frame. You start building your own, and it takes work. Anchors feel good. They make things simple. They give you a place to start. But if you start in the wrong place, you'll spend your life adjusting instead of advancing, and your potential will be confined not by your talent, but by the first assumption you didn't question, the first voice you didn't challenge, the first belief you didn't reframe. But here's the good news. Anchors can be reset, frames can be rebuilt, and awareness is the first tool. Every time you feel yourself making a quick judgment, pause. Ask, am I reacting to the truth or to the first thing I heard? When you catch yourself saying, that's just how it is, ask, according to who? When you think something is impossible, ask, impossible compared to what? Because that what, that silent comparison point, is the anchor. And when you name it, you weaken its power, you loosen its grip. And slowly, your mind begins to stretch. Your standards evolve. Your sense of possibility expands. You realize that most of the numbers floating around you are not facts. They're frames, tools, weapons, traps. Marketing teams use them. Politicians use them. Social media algorithms use them. And unless you develop the habit of stepping outside the frame, you'll spend your life inside someone else's narrative. But you don't have to. You can rewrite the script, you can set your own anchors, and they don't have to be numbers. They can be values, truths, questions. You can anchor to curiosity instead of conclusion, to integrity instead of image, to presence instead of pressure. And from there, every decision you make becomes not a reaction to what was first said, but a response to what you truly see. And in that seeing, you find freedom, choice overload. Why too many options paralyze you? You think freedom means more options. You believe that the more doors you see, the more empowered you'll feel. That abundance of choice equals abundance of life. That opportunity blooms in variety. And on the surface, it makes sense. Who wouldn't want more? More paths, more possibilities, more control over your destiny. But then you stand in front of the menu with 50 dishes and feel your throat tighten. You scroll through endless movies for 2 hours and end up watching nothing. You browse 1,000 career paths and feel more stuck than when you started. You swipe left and right through hundreds of dating profiles and begin to forget what genuine connection even felt like. You try on 30 versions of your future in your mind and end up living none of them. This is choice overload, not a lack of opportunity, but a surplus of it. A modern affliction that quietly erodes your clarity, your motivation, and your ability to move forward. It doesn't yell, it doesn't burn, it whispers, it weighs. It floods your mind with possibilities until action feels impossible. And the cruel irony is that it's disguised as freedom. It wears the costume of luxury, of empowerment. You are not deprived, you are drowning, and no one sees you flailing because you look like someone who should be thriving. You have options, you have access, you have everything, but inside you feel empty, overwhelmed, disoriented. Because every new choice adds weight, not just in decision-making, but in meaning, in responsibility, in the haunting sense that every yes means 1,000 no's, that every path taken is a graveyard of unlived lives, and your mind, trying to make the perfect choice, becomes a battlefield. You run mental simulations, you imagine outcomes, you overthink, you wait for certainty that never comes. You scroll through possibility like a gambler pulling a lever, hoping the next option will feel like fate. But fate doesn't show up in a list. It reveals itself in movement, in choice, in action. And when you're frozen by choice overload, movement dies, time passes, dreams decay, and you start mistaking indecision for deliberation. You tell yourself you're being thoughtful, strategic, mature, but deep down, you're afraid of choosing wrong. Afraid of losing better alternatives, afraid of future regret, and so you stay in limbo. You sit at the crossroads, convinced that if you wait long enough, the right path will glow. But it doesn't, because choices don't reveal their value until you commit to them. You have to walk the path to see where it leads, but walking requires risk, and risk is hard when you've been trained to believe that the perfect choice exists, that happiness is hidden behind the right decision and misery behind the wrong, that life is a puzzle to be solved, not a story to be written. But life isn't binary. There is no single correct choice. There are only trade-offs, only versions, only chapters that could have gone 1,000 ways. And the illusion that there is a perfect one keeps you stuck, waiting, longing, analyzing instead of living. And the longer you wait, the heavier the moment becomes. The more sacred the decision feels, the more catastrophic it seems to pick wrong. And so you ask others, you research, you compare. But the more data you gather, the louder the noise, the less sure you feel. Because information doesn't always bring clarity. Sometimes it just amplifies the chaos. And still, you wait. Hoping for certainty, for a sign, for a gut feeling that's immune to fear. But fear doesn't leave. It multiplies. It morphs. It whispers, "Are you sure? What if?" And now, Even the options that once excited you feel like traps. Even the dreams that once called to you feel like burdens. Because in a world of endless choices, you begin to lose touch with yourself. Your desires get diluted. Your instincts become quiet. Your values feel negotiable. You shape your choices not around what truly matters to you, but around what might impress others, what might lead to the least resistance, what seems most logical. And logic is useful, but it's not always truthful. It can map possibilities, but it can't tell you what matters. That lives in your body, in your gut, in your longing. But longing gets silenced when your mind is flooded with options. When your soul whispers, "I want this," but your brain says, "But what about that?" And that constant internal debate makes you tired, numb, and you start choosing less, or not choosing at all. You settle. You pick what's easy, what's familiar, what requires the least commitment. And then you look around and wonder why you don't feel alive. Because aliveness requires risk. It requires choosing with your heart, not just your head. It requires the courage to pick one door and close the rest. Not because they weren't beautiful, but because you can't live 10 lives at once. You have to say no. You have to say yes. You have to move. And movement doesn't mean you'll never wonder what if. It means you'll finally find out. You'll stop guessing and start discovering. You'll learn through experience instead of imagination. And what you learn might surprise you. You might find that the option you picked wasn't perfect, but it led to growth, to truth, to depth. You might find that wrong choices taught you more than right ones ever could. That regret is not a sign of failure, but of courage, because you dared to choose, to live. And that is what breaks the spell of choice overload. Not more thinking, but more choosing, more trusting, more honoring your inner compass, even when the map is cluttered. And the compass is quiet. It doesn't scream, it doesn't dazzle, it whispers, it nudges, and you have to get still to hear it. You have to stop asking what everyone else would do. You have to stop searching for the perfect path. You have to start asking, what feels honest? What feels aligned? What choice would I make if I trusted myself? Because the world is loud and the options will keep multiplying. But you don't need every door to be open. You need one. Just one, and the courage to walk through it. The planning fallacy. Why you always underestimate time and effort. You tell yourself it'll only take an hour, just 60 minutes, a focused sprint, nothing like the last time. You convince yourself you've grown since then, that you've learned, adapted, matured, that the mistakes you made before were flukes, not patterns. This time will be different, you think. This time, the chaos will stay contained. So you sit down with intention, you craft a plan, you break the task into manageable chunks, you label deadlines on your calendar, highlight milestones, and mentally rehearse the flow from start to finish. You visualize momentum, clarity, and efficiency. You see yourself moving from one step to the next, like a machine, precise, motivated, in control. But then something strange happens. Time begins to behave differently. The first step takes longer than expected. A detail you didn't foresee demands your attention. Then another. Then another. Your attention starts to scatter. Notifications distract you. Hunger creeps in. Fatigue follows. And suddenly, the hour is gone, and the task is barely begun. You pause, slightly frustrated. But you tell yourself this was an outlier. A rough start, a little bump in the road. Next time, you'll factor in more buffer. Next time, you'll stick to the plan. Next time, you'll be stronger, more focused, more disciplined. But the next time looks eerily similar. You sit down again with good intentions, and once again, reality resists. And again, you're surprised, genuinely. Not because you're naive, but because your brain, by default, continues to trust an internal forecast that consistently underestimates the storm. This is not laziness. This is not simply poor planning. This is a psychological glitch, an invisible distortion in your mind's perception of effort, time, and task complexity. It's called the planning fallacy, And it causes you to chronically underestimate how long tasks will take, how much energy they'll demand, and how likely interruptions are. Even when you've done those tasks before, even when you should know better. And it's not just a cognitive error, it's a narrative bias. Your brain, at its core, is not a clock or a calculator. It's a storyteller. And when you plan the future, you don't remember the chaos of last time. You remember the intention, the highlight moments, the clean version of what you wanted to happen. You forget how tired you were halfway through. You forget how long it took to debug that issue, to find that missing document, to rewrite that section. You remember the excitement of starting, but not the confusion of midway. You recall how good it felt to finish, but not how often you almost gave up. And that filtered memory becomes the blueprint for your next plan. A plan built on fragments, on optimism, on half-truths. And so, when you sit down to plan again, you imagine a version of yourself who doesn't get distracted, who doesn't feel doubt, who doesn't procrastinate. A version of yourself who functions more like a robot than a human being. But your future self is not a robot. They are not a better, more optimized version of you. They are you, with the same cravings, same triggers, same emotional weather. And when the time comes, they too will struggle. They too will feel the weight of resistance. And yet, every time you build a plan, you forget that. You imagine linear progress. You visualize forward momentum. You discount setbacks. You ignore fatigue. You expect a perfect version of yourself to show up, when in truth, it's the same you, with hopes and flaws and needs and moods. And when the real you collides with that idealized timeline, what follows is not just logistical failure, but emotional collapse. You don't just miss a deadline, you feel like a disappointment. You don't just fall behind, you question your ability, your worth, your drive. You don't just need more time, you feel like time is against you. And all of this happens not because you failed, but because your map was wrong. Because your plan was based on fiction. A fiction that was so believable, so familiar, you didn't even know you were inside it. This is the cruel genius of the planning fallacy. It doesn't just warp your perception of time. It warps your relationship with yourself. It tells you you're in control, that you've got this, that you'll power through. And that illusion gives you a rush. It makes you feel organized, productive, capable. But that feeling is fragile, because when your execution doesn't match your plan, that confidence turns into confusion. That motivation turns into shame. And over time, this cycle doesn't just slow your progress. It erodes your trust in your own intentions. It teaches you to doubt your plans, to dread the process, to see ambition not as inspiration, but as a trap. So what do? How do you escape this loop? How do you plan without building another illusion? You begin by telling the truth. Not just about the task, but about yourself. About how you tend to work. About the kinds of distractions that always show up. About the energy dips that always come. About how much time things actually took last time. You study your past, not as an enemy, but as data. You recognize that effort is rarely smooth, that motivation comes and goes, that even the simplest projects expand like sponges when exposed to real life. And then you adjust, you pad your timelines, you add buffers, you assume friction, you overestimate instead of under, you triple your time estimates, you double your rest periods. You account for interruptions, tech failures, last-minute changes, unexpected questions. You plan not for perfection, but for resilience, for slowness, for humanity. This is not pessimism. This is not defeat. This is strategic honesty. And that honesty gives birth to a new kind of optimism, not rooted in fantasy, but in flexibility. A kind of optimism that says, even if it takes longer, even if it's harder, even if I fall behind, I'm still moving. I'm still capable. I'm still in it. Because progress isn't ruined by slowness. It's ruined by shame, by unrealistic timelines, by self-blame, by the voice that says, you should be further by now. But what if you shouldn't? What if this is exactly where you're supposed to be? Not because it's ideal, but because it's real, because it's how you actually work, grow, adapt. What if your job isn't to speed up, but to sync up with reality? What if success isn't about intensity, but sustainability? When you start to plan this way, honestly, spaciously, realistically, everything shifts. Your calendar becomes a tool of support, not pressure. Your goals become invitations, not threats. Your process becomes one you can trust, not because it's flawless, but because it's grounded in truth, in you. And from that place, you stop rushing, you stop panicking, you stop measuring your worth by arbitrary deadlines, and instead, you build something far more powerful than a perfect plan. You build trust. Trust in your capacity, in your rhythm, in your adaptability. And from that trust, discipline emerges. Not rigid, punishing discipline, but wise, gentle discipline. The kind that carries you through long roads. The kind that respects your limits and honors your effort. The kind that can't be shaken by a bad day or a broken schedule. The planning fallacy doesn't vanish, but its grip weakens. Because now you see it. You recognize its voice. You correct its distortions. You pause when it whispers, just an hour. And instead, you breathe and ask, how long will this really take? Not to scare yourself, but to empower yourself. To set yourself up for success on reality's terms, not illusions. And in that shift, from illusion to honesty, you become something rare. Not perfect, not faster, but real, grounded, capable, unshakable. Because you've stopped believing the lie that time is clean, that effort is linear, that execution mirrors intention. You now believe in something deeper, that all great things take longer than we want them to, but exactly as long as they need. And when you embrace that, not as a setback, but as the nature of the work, you stop fighting time. You begin to work with it. And in doing so, you become not just a better planner, but a better builder of projects, of dreams, of a life that finally fits the way you really are. Reactance, why you rebel against being told what to do. You've heard it before, spoken plainly or wrapped in politeness. You should. You must. You need to. Don't do that. And in that moment, something stirs. A tension in your chest, a tightening in your jaw. Maybe it's subtle, maybe it's explosive, but it's there. A reflex, a resistance, a quiet voice inside that whispers, no, I won't. Even when you agree, even when the instruction makes sense, even when the advice is wise, you feel yourself pulling back, stepping sideways, doing the opposite, sometimes out loud, sometimes only in your mind. This is psychological reactance, and it is not a flaw. It is not defiance for the sake of it. It is not childishness or ego or rebellion for rebellion's sake. It is something deeper, something ancient, a defense mechanism built into your psyche to protect something sacred, your sense of autonomy, your freedom, your right to choose. Because when that freedom is threatened, your brain doesn't stay quiet. It fights back, it pushes, it resists, even if the threat is subtle, even if it's not actually a threat at all. Reactance isn't about the logic of the command, it's about the perception of control. When someone tells you what to do, no matter how softly, your mind shifts its focus away from the content of the message and toward the structure of the interaction. And it asks, who's in charge here? Whose will is this? Do I still get to decide? And if the answer is no, even slightly, your defenses engage, not because you disagree with the task, but because you resent the pressure. Because choice matters more than content. Because being told, even gently, that you must, that you should, that you need to, makes the action feel less like a decision and more like an obligation. An obligation for the free mind feels like a cage. And so, you push back. Maybe loudly, maybe passively, maybe silently. But the resistance is there. It happens when someone gives you unsolicited advice, when a system tries to force you into a behavior, when a rule is handed down without your input, even when it's for your own good, even when it's rooted in kindness. Reactance doesn't care. It doesn't measure intention. It measures pressure, and pressure triggers protest. Not because you want to disobey, but because you want to reclaim choice. To remind yourself, and sometimes others, that you are not programmable, that you are not obedient by default, that you still get to steer your own life. And this instinct is not a weakness. It is the very root of your agency. It is what makes you resist tyranny, question unjust laws, refuse manipulation. It's the spark behind every revolution, every whistleblower, every voice that says, "I will not comply." But this same instinct, if unexamined, can become a trap. Because not all guidance is control. Not all rules are oppression. Not all advice is an attempt to rob you of agency. And when reactance is automatic, when it becomes a reflex rather than a choice, it starts to limit you. You reject good ideas because they came from someone else. You sabotage healthy structures because you didn't create them. You resist help because you want to prove you don't need it. And in that resistance, you sometimes hurt yourself. Not because the rule was wrong, but because you didn't want to be told. And this is where the paradox emerges. The very instinct, designed to protect your freedom, can begin to compromise it. Because if you react to every suggestion as if it's an invasion, you stop receiving input. You stop learning. You stop collaborating. You confuse independence with isolation, autonomy with avoidance, and the world begins to feel adversarial, not because it is, but because your guard is always up. Every recommendation feels like an intrusion. Every correction feels like an attack. Every structure feels like a trap. And you start to push against everything, even the things you once wanted, even your own goals. You say you want to get healthy, but the moment someone suggests a plan, you rebel. You say you want discipline, but the moment a calendar structure appears, you flee. You say you want connection, but the moment someone asks something of you, you tense up, because the moment the thing you desire becomes externalized, formalized, recommended, you begin to feel trapped, not by the thing itself, but by the implication that it's no longer yours, that you're no longer in control. And so, you reclaim control the only way you know how, by rejecting the external, by saying no, even when you want to say yes. And that is the quiet tragedy of unchecked reactance. It narrows your freedom in the name of preserving it. It convinces you that to be free, you must be alone. That to be autonomous, you must be resistant. That to be in control, you must reject structure. But true autonomy is not the absence of influence. It is the discernment of influence. It is the ability to tell the difference between a command and a collaboration, between coercion and care, between a system that limits you and a system that supports you. And that discernment only comes when you pause the reflex, when you notice the heat rising and say, wait, what am I reacting to? The message or the delivery? Do I actually disagree, or do I just want to decide? And in that pause, you create space. Space to choose freely, not reactively. Space to evaluate without defensiveness. Space to reclaim your autonomy, not by rejecting everything, but by choosing deliberately. And in that choice, you find a new kind of power. Not the power of resistance, but the power of self-authorship, of responding instead of reacting, of receiving input without surrendering agency. And from that place, your relationships shift. You stop interpreting feedback as control. You stop rejecting help out of pride. You stop burning bridges just to prove you can. And you start building something deeper, more stable, more honest. A life where freedom is not about constant rebellion, but about conscious alignment. Where no doesn't have to mean defiance, and yes doesn't have to mean submission. Where you can listen without losing yourself. Where you can accept support without feeling owned. Where you can say, thank you, I'll consider that, instead of, don't tell me what to do. Because that's what maturity looks like. Not just the ability to stand alone, but the ability to stand with others without dissolving. And that begins with knowing that not every suggestion is a threat. Not every instruction is oppression. Not every rule is a prison. Sometimes, structure is freedom. Sometimes, guidance is love. Sometimes, the thing you're resisting is the thing you've been asking for, in other words. And maybe the deepest form of freedom is the ability to hear a command and still choose your own response. The illusion of transparency. Why you overestimate how well others understand you. You think you've made yourself clear. You believe your intentions have translated perfectly, that your silence speaks in ways words never could, that your eyes, your posture, your pauses between sentences, all of it conveys the depth of what you're feeling, that surely if someone is paying attention, they'll hear the message beneath your sigh. They'll notice the hesitation behind your "it's okay." They'll see the way your shoulders tighten, the way your voice loses its edge. You believe you've dropped enough clues. You think the subtext is obvious. How could it not be when it feels so intense inside you? When your chest tightens with the weight of unspoken words? When your thoughts are drenched in emotion? You assume the feeling is leaking out. You assume you're an open book. But you're not. They nod. They smile. They respond. But they don't really respond to what you meant. They respond to what you said. They hear the literal, not the layered. They miss the tremble in your tone, the tension in your smile, the plea behind your politeness. They think you're fine, that everything's normal, that the conversation was clear. And when they move on, satisfied, you're left with a strange ache, not just of feeling unheard, but of having thought you were heard and realizing, suddenly, that you weren't. That's where the pain lives, in that rupture, in that tiny space between perception and reality, between what you tried to show and what they saw, between what you hoped they'd pick up on and what they completely missed. This is the illusion of transparency, the deeply rooted and invisible belief that others can see us as clearly as we see ourselves, that the emotions blazing within us are equally visible from the outside, that our inner turmoil, our quiet joy, our uncertainty, our longing, somehow shine through without effort. And this belief doesn't come from arrogance. It's not narcissism. It's not even naivety. It's simply how we're wired. Because you live inside your own mind. You witness every thought. You feel every flicker of insecurity. You narrate every moment with unrelenting presence. The intensity of your experience is so rich, so constant, that it begins to feel obvious, even externally. You begin to forget that what's vivid to you might be completely invisible to someone else. You start to think your internal world echoes outward, that the guilt you carry stains your words, that the sadness in your chest shows up in your eyes, that your joy dances through your body, that your frustration crackles in your sentences. But the truth is, communication is leaky and flawed. Words, expressions, gestures, they're all limited instruments. They struggle to carry the weight of our full experience. And faces lie, not deliberately, but automatically. They put on masks. They perform stability. They filter pain. They project calm when there's chaos. And even when you try to tell the truth, when you say, "I'm okay," hoping they'll see through it, hoping they'll press further, they don't. Not because they don't care, but because they're not psychic. Because they too are overwhelmed. Because their minds are full of their own loops. Because they're listening to your words, not your soul. Because your silence doesn't translate into urgency for them. Because what you think is transparent isn't. And so you walk away, feeling like a ghost. Not unseen because you were invisible, but because you were misinterpreted. Because you thought you were obvious. And when that illusion breaks, it hurts. It's a different kind of loneliness. Not the kind that comes from being alone, but the kind that comes from being surrounded by people who don't really see you, who look at your face and miss the storm, who hear your laughter and miss the longing, who think they know you and don't. But here's the twist. They're doing the same thing. They too think they're being clear. They too assume their sighs and glances and polite sentences carry subtext. They believe you understand them, even when they've only hinted. They're hoping you'll see their pain, their hopes, their subtle cries for attention. And just like you, they're often disappointed because you're focused on your own subtext, your own story, your own filtered interpretations, and so you misunderstand each other again and again, not out of malice, but out of misalignment. We're all walking around with invisible ink on our hearts, hoping someone else has the right light to read it. This is what makes the illusion so painful and so pervasive. It's mutual. Everyone overestimates their own transparency. Everyone underestimates how much clarification others need. And in that gap between assumption and reality, so many small wounds form. You think someone was being passive-aggressive, they were just tired. You think someone was being distant, they were just distracted. You think someone didn't care, but they just didn't know. And so begins the cycle. Disappointment, resentment, withdrawal, and behind every silence, there's another. Misunderstanding. We think vulnerability should be instinctive, that love should be telepathic, that friendship means being known without words. But it doesn't. Not because people don't care, but because people can't read minds. Connection isn't magic, it's work. It's not found, it's built, slowly, unevenly, brick by brick. Not with perfect poetry, but with messy attempts at clarity, with explanations that feel awkward, with sentences that feel too direct, with risks that feel terrifying. And yet, we avoid that work, because we think it's weak to explain ourselves. We think it's needy to say what we need. We think it's better to be misunderstood than to be exposed. So we wait. We drop hints. We hope. And when others don't pick up on it, we blame them. We punish them silently. We say to ourselves, they should have known. They should have seen. I shouldn't have to say it. But why not? Why is clarity a burden? Why do we treat communication as a flaw when it's the only real bridge we have? We don't want communication. We want intuition. We want effortless understanding. But real intimacy isn't effortless. It's courageous. It's awkward. It's built through hard conversations, through saying, here's what I meant. Here's what I feared you thought. Here's what I didn't know how to ask for. And yes, it's scary. Because what if we say all of that and still aren't seen? What if we tell the truth and are still met with confusion, or worse, rejection? That's the risk. That's the cost. But the alternative is worse, to never be known at all. To live your life wrapped in clues no one decodes. To exist in proximity but never in true connection. To always wonder why no one gets you, while you quietly refuse to give them the map. So what do? We start small. We practice clarity, not perfection. We say, I'm not okay, even when it feels dramatic. We say, I need help, even when it feels weak. We ask, did you mean it that way? Instead of assuming. We check in. We double back. We pause to clarify. We build conversations where people feel safe to say more. And when someone is vague, we don't jump to conclusions. We ask. Over time, something shifts. The silence between people becomes shorter. The tension softens. The guessing game fades. And the illusion of transparency loses power. Not because people suddenly become perfect communicators, but because they stop pretending communication isn't needed. You realize that being seen takes effort. That being understood requires participation. That connection demands more than hints and hopes. It requires language, the courage to share, the humility to ask, the patience to listen, and the grace to know that sometimes people don't miss you because they don't care, but because they couldn't see through what you didn't say. You learn that being misunderstood is not always a rejection. Sometimes it's just a mismatch between what you feel and what you've shown. And that mismatch can be repaired. With honesty, with effort, with time. Because the deepest connections aren't the ones where people magically just get you. They're the ones where both of you are willing to work to understand. Where both of you stop guessing and start asking. Where silence becomes curiosity, not conclusion. Where clarity is a gift, not a burden. And where love, real love, isn't about being obvious. It's about being brave enough to reveal. The authority bias, why you obey even when you shouldn't. You walk into a room and someone wears a uniform, and suddenly their words weigh more. Someone speaks with confidence, and you nod along before even questioning the content. A person stands at the front of the room, behind a podium, under a spotlight, holding a title. And before they say a single sentence, you're already listening differently, already trusting more, already assuming they know better than you. This is the authority bias. The deeply human tendency to attribute more weight, more truth, more correctness to those we perceive as figures of authority, regardless of their actual expertise, intentions, or accuracy. And it's not just something other people fall for. It's not about gullibility or ignorance. It's in all of us. It lives in the way we were raised, the way we were schooled, the way we learned, sometimes painfully, that questioning authority could come with consequences. So we learn to nod, to comply, to defer. We learned that challenging a teacher meant punishment, that questioning a doctor meant being labeled difficult, that doubting a superior meant risking the job, the grade, the opportunity, and we carried that pattern into adulthood, thinking we were thinking freely, but often just swapping one authority for another. The boss, the expert, the influencer, the algorithm, the man in the suit, the woman with the microphone, the voice. That sounds sure, and it's not that authority is inherently bad. In fact, human civilization depends on trust, on some level of deference. We can't be experts in everything. We need guides. We need knowledge passed down. We need systems. But authority becomes dangerous when we stop questioning, when trust becomes surrender, when listening becomes obeying. And most of the time, we don't even realize it's happening. Because authority bias doesn't just live in our logic, it lives in our instincts. It triggers something primal, something that tells us this person is higher, therefore they must be right. And once that seed is planted, our brains do the rest. We stop analyzing the message and start reinforcing the messenger. We interpret their confidence as competence, their decisiveness as correctness, their position as proof. And from there, obedience flows easily, silently, especially when the voice of authority offers certainty in uncertain times, especially when they speak in absolutes, especially when we're afraid, confused, or tired, because uncertainty is uncomfortable, and authority feels like comfort. It feels like safety, like someone knows the way, like someone has the answers, and that desire for safety overrides our skepticism. It sedates our inner questioner. It replaces why with okay, and so we follow, sometimes blindly, sometimes reluctantly, but we follow. And in doing so, we outsource something sacred, our judgment, our responsibility, our freedom to think. And the deeper that bias takes root, the more we begin to silence ourselves. We begin to feel small in the presence of titles. We hesitate to ask, to push back, to say, wait, that doesn't sound right. And that hesitation costs us. It costs us our agency, our voice, our ability to challenge what needs to be challenged. History is full of atrocities carried out not by monsters, but by people who obeyed, people who deferred, people who said, I was just following orders, people who silenced their own conscience in the presence of authority. And still, we're shocked when it happens again, when the doctor gets it wrong, when the guru turns out to be a manipulator, when the expert lied, when the badge was abused. But it keeps happening, not just because people lie, but because we keep handing them the benefit of the doubt without demanding the burden of proof. We keep assuming that credentials mean credibility, that titles mean truth, that confidence means correctness. But authority bias isn't about facts. It's about perception. And perception can be manipulated. It can be dressed up. It can be bought. It can be faked. And if we don't examine it, if we don't pause when someone says, trust me, I'm an expert, then we'll keep falling for it. We'll keep confusing presence with wisdom, loudness with insight, popularity with truth, and we'll keep obeying, even when our gut says no. So how do we stop? How do we respect expertise without surrendering to it? How do we remain open without becoming empty? It begins with awareness. with noticing the shift in your posture when someone important walks in, with feeling the instinct to agree and asking why. It begins with curiosity, with asking, what makes this person right? What evidence do they have? What agenda might they carry? Not in cynicism, but in discernment. Because skepticism is not disrespect. It is the birthplace of thought. It is the refusal to be hypnotized. And it is necessary, especially now, in a world where authority is often algorithmic, where the loudest voice rises to the top, where followers are mistaken for followers, where virality is mistaken for virtue. In that world, authority isn't earned, it's engineered, and your mind becomes the battlefield. So you have to protect it, not by distrusting everything, but by testing it, by returning to the slow, deliberate questions. What do I know? What do I feel? What aligns? And when you do that, something remarkable happens. You start to reclaim your own authority. You stop being a passive listener and become an active thinker. You stop outsourcing your truth and start building it. You become the kind of person who can hear a powerful voice and still pause, who can sit in a lecture or a sermon or a sales pitch and still say, maybe, not yes, not no, just maybe, and that maybe is the seed of freedom. It is the gap between command and obedience. It is the space where thought lives, where doubt survives, where real understanding begins, and from that space, you can listen better, more deeply, more freely, because now your listening isn't laced with fear. It's grounded in strength, in self-trust, in the knowledge that authority has its place, but so do you. That no matter the credentials, no matter the spotlight, no matter the stage, they are human, fallible, just like you, and your mind is not theirs to own. It is yours to steward, yours to shape, yours to defend. And when you do that, when you live that way, something even deeper happens. People begin to trust you, not because you have a title, but because you've earned it. Not because you're loud, but because you're clear. Not because you obey, but because you think. And thinking is authority. Quiet, humble, unshakable. And that is the kind of authority the world needs now. Not more voices shouting from above, but more minds rising from within. The framing effect. How wording changes your choices. You like to believe your decisions are your own, that your actions spring from careful reflection, rational thinking, and personal conviction, that when you choose, it is because you understand, because you know yourself, because your values align and your logic is sound. You think of your choices as pure expressions of who you are, your experiences, your knowledge, your insight into life. But what if that sense of control is, at least in part, an illusion? What if the decisions you make every day, small ones and large, are subtly shaped not just by what you think, but by how what you think is framed? What if your choices, even the ones you believe are deliberate, are being quietly nudged by the way ideas are presented to you? This is not about lies. It's not about manipulation in the sinister sense. It's about something far more elegant and insidious, the framing effect. The gentle, invisible hand that doesn't change what you see, but changes how you see it. It doesn't alter the facts, it alters the emphasis. It doesn't distort reality, it shifts the spotlight. It isn't a trick of content, but of context. And your brain, as miraculous as it is, doesn't always catch the sleight of hand. Because your brain is not a passive processor, it is a meaning maker. It interprets, it filters, it infers, and it does so based on cues, language, tone, sequence, framing. When a doctor tells you that a surgery has a 90% success rate, you feel comforted. It sounds promising, hopeful, worth the risk. But when the same doctor tells you there is a 10% chance of death, your body tightens. Your heart hesitates. Logically, the facts are identical. Mathematically, they are mirrors. But psychologically, they are worlds apart. The frame is the difference, the window through which you are invited to look. And that window colors your perception more than you want to believe. It doesn't just shape what you see, it shapes how you feel about what you see. It influences your fear, your confidence, your willingness to act. It shapes what feels safe and what feels risky, what feels fair and what feels threatening. And the effect is everywhere: in marketing, in politics, in education, in relationships. A piece of meat labeled 90% lean sells better than one labeled 10% fat, even though they are chemically the same. A headline that reads, "Unemployment falls below 6%, feels optimistic, as though progress is happening, but reframe it as millions still jobless, and the very same data suddenly feels like failure." The framing didn't change the truth. It changed your emotional lens. Because emotion, not logic, is what often drives our decisions. And framing speaks directly to emotion. It is the quiet architect of our mood, our attention, our assumptions. It is the difference between a story feeling inspiring or threatening, between a challenge feeling exciting or overwhelming. And the most dangerous part is that we often don't realize it's happening. We believe we're immune, that we're too smart to fall for such tricks. But framing is not a trick you fall for. It's a lens you look through without knowing it's there. And once the lens is in place, everything you see bends to fit it. Even new information gets filtered through. The original frame. This is what psychologists call framing lock-in, the way our minds cling to initial interpretations, resisting updates, even when we learn more. This is why first impressions are so powerful. Why the first thing we hear about a person, a company, a crisis, tends to stick, even if later proven false or incomplete. Because the frame becomes the story, and the story becomes the standard, and the standard becomes the scaffold upon which all other thoughts are built. It's not just external narratives that do this. You do it to yourself too, every day. The way you talk to yourself is a frame. The way you describe your day, your effort, your relationships. "I failed" is a frame. "I learned" is another. "I'm overwhelmed" frames you as the victim of pressure. "I'm prioritizing what matters" frames you as the designer of your energy. Same reality, different lens. And those lenses become your experience. They shape your self-esteem, your resilience, your hope. They determine whether a setback is a wall or a stepping stone, whether your future feels full of weight or full of possibility. And in a culture addicted to speed and certainty, the tightest frames rise to the top. They go viral. They win headlines. They dominate arguments. Because ambiguity doesn't trend. Curiosity doesn't win debates. Certainty, especially emotional certainty, does. So we become fluent in binary thinking. Good or bad. Right or wrong. Us or them. Every frame a container. Every container a simplification. But the world is not simple. And when we shrink it into slogans, we shrink ourselves with it. Because the cost of framing isn't just external, it's internal. We start reacting to language instead of substance, to the feeling of a sentence instead of the meaning. We become loyal to tone instead of truth, to style instead of structure. And our minds, slowly, become less about exploring and more about defending. We stop being curious, we start being convinced, and yet there is a way out, a way to see the frame, not just the picture. It begins with slowing down, with noticing language, not just what is said, but how it is said. It begins with asking, what is being emphasized? What is being minimized? What other ways could this be presented? It begins with examining your own self-talk, with reframing your failures as feedback, your procrastination as a signal, your fear as a compass. And this isn't just positive thinking, it's honest thinking. It's recognizing that your experience is constructed, not just received. That perception is participatory, that how you see something is as powerful as what you're seeing. And when you reclaim that power, the world expands. You notice nuance, you become less reactive, more aware. You stop being the audience to other people's stories and start being the author of your own. Because framing will always exist, but once you see the frame, you can choose the angle, you can adjust the light, you can step back, breathe, and look again. And what once felt inevitable can start to feel optional. What once felt persuasive can start to feel transparent. What once controlled your reaction can now invite your reflection. And in that space, choice returns. Real choice. Not just between options, but between lenses, between interpretations, between stories. Because your life isn't just made of facts. It's made of how those facts are framed. And when you take back that frame, you take back your freedom. The availability heuristic. What comes to mind feels more true. You remember the last time a plane crashed, not because you were on it, not because you knew anyone involved, but because the image was everywhere. The mangled metal, the black, smoke rising, the shaky cell phone footage of screaming passengers, the ticker tape headline flashing it across your screen again and again. And now, even though you know flying is statistically safer than driving, safer than walking through some neighborhoods, safer than nearly every other form of transportation, you still feel a pit in your stomach when the wheels leave the ground. Why? Because that crash is available. It's in your mind. And what comes to mind feels more true, more likely, more urgent than what doesn't. This is the availability heuristic, a mental shortcut, fast, intuitive, emotionally charged, that causes you to judge how likely or common something is by how easily examples of it spring to your mind. If it comes to mind easily, it must happen often. If it doesn't, it must be rare. That's the unconscious rule. It makes sense. Evolutionarily, if a particular sound, sight, or experience was vivid and remembered, it often meant danger. And, in the wild, you didn't have time to compute statistics. Your survival depended on reacting fast. But today, this same shortcut misfires constantly. Because what comes to mind most easily isn't necessarily what happens most often. It's just what's loudest, what's most emotional, what's most recent, or what's been repeated. And your brain doesn't distinguish between vivid and valid. You hear about a shark attack and cancel your beach trip, even though you have a better chance of being injured by your toaster. You see a headline about one violent robbery and start viewing strangers with suspicion, even though crime is at a historic low in your area. You watch a TikTok about someone quitting their job to become a millionaire in 6 months and feel like a failure for going to work the next day. You read about a lottery winner and think buying a ticket is a reasonable investment, because now that possibility is emotionally available to you. And availability colors judgment faster than logic ever could. It works not only on fear and excitement, but also on values and priorities. If all the media you consume highlights political division, you'll start to feel like everyone is angry and broken. If every story you hear about marriage is about infidelity, you'll start to believe love doesn't last. If all your social feed shows is entrepreneurial success, you'll believe you're behind. If the examples you can recall about your past are mostly failures, you'll believe you're someone who fails. If they're successes, you'll walk taller. That's how it works. Not by lying, but by amplifying. Not by facts, but by frequency. And the stories you hear most often shape your version of reality. Not because they're truer, but because they're closer. And it doesn't take long. A single story, told the right way, can feel more real than 1,000 silent facts. You know this when someone tells you smoking is deadly, but you also know someone's grandmother who smoked daily and lived to 95. Guess which example your mind holds on to. Guess which one quietly influences whether you take the warning seriously. That's the availability heuristic in action. And it gets reinforced every time you think, well, in my experience, as if your experience is always an accurate sample size. It's not. It's just emotionally sticky. And this heuristic isn't evil. It's how we survive the fire hose of information we face every day. We can't process everything, so we filter based on what comes to mind. But without awareness, that filter becomes a blindfold. It convinces us we're thinking clearly, when we're only remembering vividly. And that vividness becomes our compass. It determines how we vote, how we spend money, how we parent, how we love, how we fear. It's why we over-prepare for unlikely disasters while ignoring common risks. Why we hoard the wrong supplies. Why we misjudge people we've never met. Why we fear flying more than heart disease. Why we worry about terrorism but ignore depression. Why we buy insurance for the things that scare us, like accidents, and ignore the things that kill us, like poor diet or loneliness. The worst part? This bias feeds on itself. The more we hear about something, the more we talk about it. The more we talk about it, the more it dominates our minds. And the more it dominates our minds, the more we believe it's everywhere, that it's normal, that it's inevitable. And soon, our fears, our ambitions, our judgments, all of them are shaped not by reality, but by recall. So how do you fight back? How do you live wisely in a world where what's available so often overwhelms what's true? You slow down. You question ease. You ask, am I deciding this because it's true or because it came to mind first? You look for data. You look for patterns. You look beyond your own bubble. You challenge the loud. You search for the quiet. You ask, what's happening that no one is talking about? What's important that's not trending? You stop confusing emotion with evidence. You stop treating memory as measurement. And you apply this not just to others, but to yourself. Because your self-image is built from the stories that are most available in your own mind. If you always recall the time you failed, that becomes who you are. If you always remember the one time they hurt you, that becomes what love means. If you always think of how awkward you felt, that becomes how you move through rooms. But memory is not neutral. It's curated, biased, selective, and often cruel. So change what's available. Revisit the moments you forgot. Remember the strength you buried. Replay the kindness, the growth, the resilience. Make those memories louder, more frequent, more vivid, because your brain listens. And what you make available becomes what you believe. This is how you reclaim your judgment. This is how you resist the lie that what comes to mind first must be what matters most. It's not. It's just what was easiest to grab. The real truths, the ones worth living by, are often quieter. You have to choose to hear them. The sunk cost fallacy. Why you keep investing in lost causes. You've spent days, months, maybe even years building something. A relationship, a career path, a degree, a business, a dream that once felt like the center of your future. You poured into it piece by piece, sometimes with joy, sometimes with exhaustion, but always with hope. You gave it your time, the kind of time you could have spent elsewhere, with people you miss, in places you've never seen. You gave it your energy, the kind that drains you without asking permission. You gave it your patience, when it stalled, when it crumbled, when it pushed back. You gave it your late nights, your early mornings, your weekends. You gave it your unspoken prayers, the quiet ones whispered while staring at the ceiling in the dark, when no one was watching. You stood by it through setbacks that would have made others walk away. You made excuses for it when it failed to meet expectations. You reassured yourself when progress slowed. You sacrificed other chances, ignored warning signs, bit your tongue, looked the other way, and kept saying, "It'll be worth it." You told yourself you'd gone too far to quit now, that you'd be a fool to stop when you were this deep in. But then, without even realizing it, something inside began to change. You became tired, not just physically, but spiritually. Not just tired of the work, but tired of carrying the burden of trying to believe in it. The spark faded. The weight grew heavier. You started to feel something crack inside, something quietly but unmistakably broken. You tried to hide it. You told yourself it was just a rough patch, just stress, just a phase. But the truth is, you were burning out, fading, not because you're weak, but because you kept feeding something that no longer fed you back. And yet, still, you stay. Still you invest. Still you hold on. Not because it makes sense, not because it brings joy, not even because it gives you peace, but because the idea of letting go feels like betrayal. You whisper to yourself, "I can't walk away now. Look at all I've already given. Look at how much I've sacrificed. If I stop now, everything I've done will have been for nothing." That voice, that's not logic, that's the sunk cost fallacy. It's the invisible emotional hook that connects your future to your past. It's the illusion that the more you've poured in, the more you owe. The more you've endured, the more it must be worth. The harder it's been, the more justified it becomes to keep going. no matter the cost. But what you forget in that moment is that the cost you're defending, it's already gone. It's sunk. It's spent. Irretrievable. No matter what decision you make now, the time, the money, the energy, the pieces of your soul you've handed over, they will not return. Continuing doesn't bring them back. Holding on doesn't revive them. It only risks more. Because every moment you remain in something that drains you is another moment surrendered. Not healed, not honored. Lost. And yet the psychological pull is overwhelming. Because when you let go, you're not just releasing what you built. You're releasing the person you were when you built it. You grieve more than the thing itself. You grieve the hope it once held, the version of you who once believed in it, the story you were writing, the future you imagined, the promises you made yourself, and grief, that quiet, aching realization that something will not become what it was supposed to, is heavy. It asks for truth. It asks you to admit you were wrong, that you misjudged, that you stayed too long, that you hoped too hard, that you loved too much, that you silenced too many warning signs, that you poured yourself into something that never had the capacity to hold you. And most of us are not taught how to sit with that kind of grief. So instead of grieving, we double down. We keep digging the hole, hoping it will suddenly become a foundation. We convince ourselves that one more push, one more compromise, one more sacrifice will make it all worth it. We suffer, but we label it loyalty. We ache, but we call it discipline. We stay, and we stay, and we stay. Not because it's wise, but because we're afraid of what quitting might say about us. We tell ourselves, I just need to try harder, even when every fiber of our body is screaming, you've tried. Enough. We confuse suffering with commitment. We confuse endurance with virtue. But here's the quiet truth beneath all that noise. Continuing isn't always strength. Sometimes, real strength is walking away. Sometimes, the most courageous thing you can do is to acknowledge that enough is enough, to cut your losses, take the lesson, and let go. Because no amount of past investment justifies future misery. Let that sink in. No amount of what you've already given obligates you to keep giving. The past cannot dictate the price of your peace. But the fallacy whispers that quitting makes it meaningless. That all those nights you stayed up late, all those words you didn't say, all those tears you held back, all the love you gave, it all disappears if you walk away now. But that's not true. That's the lie. It did mean something. It wasn't worthless. It mattered, even if the outcome didn't. It shaped you. It stretched you. It showed you who you are and what you're capable of. But now it's done. And you don't owe your life to a ghost. You don't have to keep proving that your past self made the right choice. You only owe your honesty to the present version of you, the one who's still standing, the one who knows it's time. And that version of you deserves better than to be trapped in a story written by a different version of yourself. Think of the job you dread waking up for, but can't leave because you've already spent 5 years climbing the ladder. Think of the degree that suffocates you, but you won't change because you've already finished 3 out of 4 years. Think of the relationship where your smiles feel forced, your conversations feel like scripts, but you stay because we've come so far. That's sunk cost. That's mistaking longevity for value. That's choosing a path not because it's right, but because it's long. And the longer you stay, the harder it becomes to leave. Not because it gets better, but because your fear gets louder. Because the loss becomes heavier. Because the story becomes more entangled. And soon, it's no longer a decision. It's a trap. A loop. I've come too far to quit becomes I'm too deep to save myself. But that's the moment you need to wake up. That's the moment you need to ask, how much more am I willing to lose just because I've already lost so much? Because endurance, when misplaced, becomes self-betrayal. Loyalty, when blind, becomes self-neglect. And there is no honor in sacrificing yourself for a story that no longer holds truth. There is no prize for staying loyal to the wrong thing. There is only time you'll never get back. Peace you'll never feel. Growth you'll never allow. And it's not just the big commitments, it's the little ones too. The habits you don't question because they've always been there. The beliefs you defend because you once tweeted them. The opinions you cling to because you once argued for them loudly. The pain you keep because you've carried it for so long. All of it, sunk cost, and all of it, still a choice. Because sunk cost fallacy doesn't shout. It whispers. It says, don't let go. Don't waste what you gave. Don't be a quitter. But letting go is not waste. It is wisdom. Walking away is not quitting. It is clarity. Starting over is not failure. It is freedom. And you are allowed to choose again. To choose with new eyes, new knowledge, new strength. You are allowed to say, that version of me believed this was right. This version of me knows it's not. You are allowed to stop feeding what drains you. You are allowed to stop tending to what's already gone. You are allowed to stop. And stopping doesn't erase what came before. It validates it. It says, this mattered, and now I do too. So breathe. Lay it down. Even if your hands are shaking, even if your heart feels torn, even if it makes no sense to anyone but you. You don't have to carry it anymore. You've already proven your dedication. You've already shown your commitment. Now show yourself mercy. Set it down. Let it go. Walk away, not because you're weak, but because you're finally ready to honor the truth. The truth that you are allowed to change your mind, to free yourself, to choose a different story, and to remind yourself as often as necessary that the past may have shaped you, but it does not own you. The escalation of commitment. When you double down instead of letting go. You've already spent so much. Time, effort, money, reputation. Parts of your identity you didn't even know were negotiable. You gave your heart, your sweat, your trust. You silenced doubts, brushed off concerns, pushed through moments of fear and fatigue because you believed in the vision. You told yourself this would work. That this job, this relationship, this business, this decision, this thing you committed to, was going to be worth it. That your sacrifices would lead to something real, something fulfilling, something undeniable. And so, you gave more. More time than you had. More patience than felt fair. More of yourself than anyone saw. And now that it's starting to fall apart, now that the cracks are too loud to ignore, now that the outcomes don't align with the cost, you don't back away. You push forward. You lean in harder. You double down. Not because the evidence is on your side, not because it's still working, but because your pride won't let you walk away. Because your ego whispers that quitting now would mean losing everything you've already given. So instead of reassessing, you defend. You rationalize. You tell yourself to try harder, to do more, to give just a little bit extra. One more month, one more conversation, one more late night. You convince yourself that you can turn it around, that one more investment will unlock the breakthrough. But at some point, you're not chasing success anymore. You're chasing justification. You're not trying to move forward. You're trying to prove you were never wrong, that you weren't naive, that you weren't wasting your time. And that's the trap. The silent, seductive trap known as the escalation of commitment. A psychological spiral where the more you give, the more trapped you feel. The deeper you go, the harder it becomes to climb out. You're not evaluating the situation anymore. You're defending your identity. You're not making decisions. You're upholding a narrative. And often, that narrative is no longer about the thing itself. It's about what it says about you if you let it go. It's not about logic. It's about attachment to the person you were when you started, to the story you told your friends, to the way you imagined your future. And letting go feels like failure. But the truth is, the real failure is in refusing to course correct. Because every additional dollar, every hour, every ounce of energy you pour into something that clearly isn't working doesn't salvage your past. It sacrifices your future. It doesn't reclaim what's lost. It guarantees that you'll lose even more. And the worst part? You often don't see it happening. Not at first, because it doesn't start with a big failure. It starts with a delay, a budget issue, a misstep. And instead of stepping back, you say, it's fine. I'll add more. I'll fix it. You override your own hesitation with hustle. You widen the campaign when it underperforms. You add pressure when your team loses steam. You book a vacation when the relationship breaks down. thinking a few days away will fix what years of misalignment couldn't. You keep escalating, not because the thing is redeemable, but because you can't bear the thought that it might not be. And every time you do, you dig a little deeper into a hole that's getting harder and harder to climb out of. The sentence that keeps echoing in your mind, "I've come this far, I can't stop now," is not a rallying cry. It's the mechanism of the trap. Because how far you've come is irrelevant if the path ahead is a dead end. Because the truth is this: what lies ahead matters more than what lies behind. The money you've already spent, it's gone. The time you've already invested, past. The pieces of your identity wrapped up in this thing. That version of you existed then. But this version of you is living now. And if you're sacrificing the person you are for the sake of preserving a story that no longer feels true, you're not committing, you're crumbling. The more you give, the more obligated you feel. And somewhere along the way, your clarity fades, your vision shrinks. You forget why you started. The goal disappears, and all that remains is the motion, the effort, the endless grinding attempt to make sense of something that hasn't made sense in a long time. Your mission mutates. It's no longer about success or purpose. It's about survival, of ego, of identity, of pride. And that's where it becomes dangerous. Because when your self-worth is tied to the success of something external, failure stops being feedback. It becomes personal devastation. And you can't walk away without feeling like you're breaking yourself in two. But let me ask you something. What if walking away isn't weakness? What if, instead of being a sign that you failed, it's a sign that you finally started telling the truth? What if it's not a collapse, but a breakthrough? What if the braver thing is not to keep giving, but to stop bleeding? What if letting go of the wrong thing is the only way to make space for the right one? Because here's the truth we often avoid. Effort alone doesn't make something worth it. Just because you tried hard doesn't mean it's good. Just because you believed in it doesn't mean it was the right path. Just because you were once committed doesn't mean you are now obligated. And the longer you refuse to let go, the more it costs you. Peace, joy, opportunity, connection, time, growth, all the things that make life worth living. And for what? For the image of being strong? For the illusion of not giving up? For the comfort of pretending your original plan still makes sense? But strength isn't staying. Strength is recognizing when staying isn't serving you. Strength is saying, I made the best decision I could back then, and now I'm making a new one. It's saying, I can respect what I built, while also releasing what no longer fits. That's not quitting, that's evolving. That's courage, that's wisdom. Because staying for the sake of not leaving is not loyalty. It's fear in disguise. And the world will applaud you for your endurance. It will say, look how committed you are. But it won't carry the weight of what you've lost in that commitment. It won't pay the cost of your self-abandonment. It won't see how much of your soul you've traded just to stay consistent. So ask yourself the harder question, not, have I come too far to quit? But, am I still going somewhere worth going? Not, how much have I given? But, is it still giving back? And if it's not, if the answer deep in your bones is no, then ask, what would I do if I were starting from scratch, knowing what I now know? Would you say yes again? Would you invest the same time? Would you bet the same future? And if the answer is no, then maybe your yes today isn't honesty, it's habit. And you are not obligated to keep a habit that's hurting you. You are not defined by the choices you made before you knew better. You are allowed to change your mind. You are allowed to pivot. You are allowed to let go of what no longer fits the person you are becoming. You are allowed to choose peace over pride. And when you do, when you choose honesty over inertia, freedom over fear, you reclaim your life. You step out of the loop. You stop bluffing your way forward and start building again. Not on the ruins of what didn't work, but on the truth of what you now understand. You start investing not to protect your past, but to serve your future. And that's not giving up, that's growing up. The false consensus effect. Why you think everyone agrees with you. You believe your thoughts are reasonable, that your beliefs are well grounded, that your values are not just logical to you, but self-evident to anyone with enough clarity and decency to examine them. You believe the way you see the world is, if not flawless, then at least coherent, built from a foundation of lived experience, thoughtful reflection, and practical wisdom. And maybe you're right. Maybe your worldview has been shaped by moments of pain and resilience. Maybe your opinions have been forged in the fire of complexity, compassion, and curiosity. Maybe your values are indeed thoughtful and deeply felt. But none of that shields you from a quieter, more invisible distortion. The assumption that most people see the world the way you do, that your perspective is not just valid, but shared, that your truths are not just personal, but obvious. This is the false consensus effect, a subtle but powerful cognitive bias that causes you to overestimate how many people agree with you, how common your beliefs are, and how obvious your reasoning should be to others. It's not arrogance, at least not in the overt sense. It's something gentler, something unconscious. It doesn't announce itself. It operates silently in the background, shaping how you interpret conversations, how you respond to disagreement, how you react to new ideas. It creates the illusion that your perspective is the default, and anything outside of it is a deviation, an anomaly, a distortion of truth, rather than an alternative view of it. And that illusion is strengthened by the people around you, your friends, your colleagues, your favorite writers, thinkers, podcasters, content creators. You hear your ideas echoed, reinforced, mirrored, sometimes subtly, sometimes loudly. And, slowly, without ever realizing it, your sense of how the world works starts to shrink. Your map of humanity starts to contract around your circle of affirmation. Your certainty grows, not necessarily because you've tested your ideas against others, but because you've heard them repeated enough to feel unshakable. And repetition has a way of masquerading as truth. The more you hear it, the more self-evident it feels. And from there, it becomes easy, natural even, to believe that most people must think like you. That your views are moderate, common sense, middle of the road. That if someone disagrees, they must be misinformed, irrational, biased, or perhaps even malicious. Because the false consensus effect doesn't just make you feel secure, it makes you defensive. It transforms disagreement into threat. It turns differing opinions into signs of ignorance or moral failure. It replaces curiosity with condescension. Instead of asking, "What am I missing?" you start asking, "How could anyone not see this?" And in that moment, dialogue dies. Not because you're incapable of listening, but because you've already assumed the answer. Because you've quietly concluded that your reality is the reality. That your lens is the lens. That your map of the world is the territory itself. But what if it's not? What if your perspective, no matter how reasoned, is still just that? A perspective. One lens among many. One note in a much larger symphony. The danger of false consensus isn't just that it distorts your understanding of others. It distorts your understanding of yourself. It makes you overconfident in your insight, overcertain in your judgments, over-aligned with your own echo. It keeps you in a loop where agreement reinforces identity and identity resists change. And in that loop, the outside world begins to feel alien, or broken, or dangerous. You start to build mental fences, not to keep people out, but to keep your beliefs intact. You stop challenging your assumptions, not out of laziness, but because they feel so obviously correct that challenging them seems unnecessary. But assumptions that are never challenged don't become truth. They become blind spots. And the bigger your blind spots, the more surprised you'll be when someone disagrees. The more likely you are to see difference as deviance. The more inclined you'll be to pathologize other views rather than understand them. You'll say things like, "I just don't get how anyone could believe that," not realizing that the person on the other side is thinking the exact same thing about you. That's how echo chambers work. Not because people are unwilling to engage, but because they've come to believe their experience is universal. And this isn't just about ideology. It shows up in everyday choices. The parenting styles you defend, the books you praise, the way you handle conflict, the humor you think is normal, the values you believe are self-evident, the lifestyles you think are reasonable. When someone challenges any of these, you don't just hear difference, you feel disruption. And if you're not careful, that disruption turns into defensiveness. You stop listening, you start correcting, you stop wondering, you start arguing, you stop connecting, you start converting. And every relationship, every conversation becomes a test of whether someone agrees with you, rather than an opportunity to understand someone you don't. And from there, we fragment, society fractures, communities polarize, not just because we disagree, but because we can't fathom how someone could disagree and still be reasonable, intelligent, ethical, or human. We don't just see different views, we see different realities. And that separation can feel existential, especially in a world where algorithms optimize for comfort, where your feeds, your timelines, your suggested videos all work to confirm your reality, not challenge it. The digital world doesn't just show you what you want, it hides what you need. It buries complexity, it rewards outrage, it prioritizes the familiar, and in doing so, it wraps the false consensus effect in a warm, seamless, convincing cocoon. You look around your feed and see people who think like you, talk like you, vote like you, love like you, and it becomes easy to believe that this is how most people are, that this is what's normal, that this is truth. But the truth is, you are looking into a mirror and mistaking it for a window. You're staring at your reflection and calling it the world. And the longer you do, the more isolated you become. Not from others, but from understanding others. And the tragedy is that this isolation feels like connection. It feels good to be surrounded by people who affirm your every thought. But connection without contrast isn't depth, it's insulation. It's comfort masquerading as clarity. So how do you break the illusion? You start by welcoming discomfort, by stepping into spaces where your beliefs are not the default, by listening, not to debate, but to understand. You start by asking not, why do they believe that? In a tone of judgment, but what might I be missing? In a tone of humility. You begin to see that your normal is not universal, your obvious is not objective, your truth is not global. It is situated, shaped, conditioned, and that doesn't make it invalid, but it does make it incomplete. And once you accept that, you gain something priceless. Curiosity, the kind that listens before it labels, the kind that seeks depth over dominance, the kind that honors complexity over control. And when you do, something shifts. You begin to recognize disagreement not as betrayal, but as opportunity, not as a threat, but as a window. Not as something to fix, but something to explore. You stop needing people to agree with you in order to feel safe. You stop mistaking affirmation for evidence. You stop building walls around your worldview and start building bridges between worldviews. And in that shift, your world expands. Your empathy grows. Your awareness sharpens. Your certainty softens. You begin to understand people, not just as extensions of your beliefs, but as worlds of their own. And that doesn't mean you abandon your convictions. It means you hold them with open hands. It means you're anchored, not armored, grounded, not guarded. It means you can say, I see differently, but I still see you. Because the goal isn't agreement, it's understanding. The goal isn't consensus, it's connection. And the more curious you become, the more the false consensus effect unravels. You stop needing to be the center. You stop assuming you're the majority. You stop performing certainty and start practicing humility. And from that place, real dialogue becomes possible. Real growth. Real unity. Not the kind that erases difference, but the kind that honors it. That makes room for it. That sees in. Disagreement not a problem to solve, but a mirror to reflect what else is possible. And that's not just good psychology, it's good humanity. The false attribution error, misjudging people's actions based on personality, not context. Someone cuts you off in traffic and your pulse spikes. Before your brain has even finished processing the event, a label forms in your mind. What? A jerk. No hesitation, no curiosity, No room for explanation, just a clean, swift judgment. A coworker misses a deadline and frustration bubbles up. She's lazy, she doesn't care. A stranger seems distant and withdrawn at a party, and immediately you assume he's arrogant. No context considered, no questions asked. Just a quiet but confident verdict on their character. You don't pause to wonder what kind of morning they had, what kind of week they've survived, what invisible burdens they may be dragging silently behind them. You don't ask if they're grieving, overwhelmed, anxious, in pain. You don't consider that maybe they didn't mean to cut you off, that maybe they were distracted for reasons far more human than hostile. Instead, you go straight from behavior to identity. You see what they did and you decide who they are. And what you decide, almost always, is that they are flawed, broken, inconsiderate, rude, less than what you expected them to be. This is the false attribution error, also known as the fundamental attribution error, one of the most persistent, quiet distortions in human psychology. It's the tendency to explain someone else's behavior based on their internal traits, personality, morals, character flaws, while ignoring or discounting the external circumstances that might have shaped that behavior. It's the assumption that people do bad things because they are bad, not because something bad might be happening to them. And it happens constantly, invisibly, automatically. Someone forgets to return your text, and you don't think, maybe, they're overwhelmed. You think, I guess I don't matter to them. Someone cancels plans and you don't think, maybe they're anxious. You think, they're flaky. Someone gives you a strange look in a meeting and you don't wonder if they're lost in thought. You assume they don't like you. You attribute their behavior to who they are, not what they're dealing with. But here's the paradox. When the roles are reversed, when you're the one who messes up, who falls short, who reacts out of exhaustion or fear, you expect people to understand. You want them to see the big picture. You hope they'll take your situation into account. That they'll know you didn't mean it, that it's not who you are, it's just how things have been lately. You give yourself the grace of context. You tell the story of your own life with nuance, with compassion, with details. But when it comes to others, you erase the story. You jump to conclusions. You collapse the complexity of their experience into a single trait, a single word, a single label. And in that collapse, empathy disappears. Understanding fades. Judgment solidifies. And what could have been a moment of connection becomes a wedge. What could have been a chance to show grace becomes an impulse to punish. And we carry these labels forward. We don't just think, she was rude today. We think, she's always rude. We don't just notice that someone was distant. We decide they're cold. We don't just react. We redefine the person through the narrowest window of behavior. And that's dangerous. Because people are rarely what they seem in a single moment. Their actions are often shaped by things you cannot see. The driver who cut you off might be rushing to their sick child. The barista who seemed distracted might be working through heartbreak. The coworker who missed the deadline might be silently battling depression. But you don't know that. And the brain doesn't wait. It fills in the blanks with assumptions. It craves closure, simplicity. It favors quick explanations over messy complexity. And it rarely, if ever, pauses to ask, what else could be true? This bias isn't just intellectual, it's emotional, because attributing someone's behavior to their character gives us a sense of control. If they did something wrong because they're just that kind of person, then we don't have to be curious. We don't have to engage. We don't have to reflect on what might be happening beneath the surface. It lets us feel right, superior, safe, but it also keeps us disconnected. It keeps us locked inside our own worldview, surrounded by assumptions, allergic to ambiguity. And the longer we live this way, the harder it becomes to see people as full, layered, complex beings. We start seeing the world in terms of allies and enemies, good people and bad people, us and them. And that binary isn't just inaccurate, it's dehumanizing, because no one is always kind, no one is always patient, no one is the sum of their worst moment, not even you. And yet, we give ourselves context and give others condemnation. We excuse our own reactions with, "I was having a rough day," but we rarely imagine that others are having one too. And so, we misunderstand each other. We carry resentment where there should be compassion. We build walls where bridges could have stood. And we convince ourselves that we're being fair, when really, we're just being fast, too fast to judge, too slow to wonder. And this isn't just about strangers on the street. It's about the people closest to you. Your partner, your friend, your sibling. When they mess up, do you ask what's wrong, or do you assume it's just who they are? When someone withdraws, do you ask what they need, or do you accuse them of being distant? When someone fails you, do you respond with curiosity, or with a silent growing story in your head about who they've always been? These assumptions don't just stay in your head. They shape how you speak, how you listen, how you treat people. They create self-fulfilling prophecies. If you believe someone is careless, you'll look for evidence. If you believe someone is selfish, you'll interpret their actions through that lens. And eventually, people sense that energy. They retreat. They harden. They respond not to who you are, but to how you're treating them. And round it goes. A cycle of misjudgment feeding miscommunication, feeding disconnection. But what if we broke the cycle? What if we slowed down? What if we paused before assigning meaning to someone's behavior? What if we asked more questions and made fewer assumptions? What if we practiced the same grace with others that we so desperately want for ourselves? What if, when someone lets us down, we didn't jump to "they don't care," but asked, what might they be carrying? What if instead of saying, "she's rude," we said, "maybe she's overwhelmed"? What if we learned to see people not as fixed identities, but as stories in progress? Because the truth is, everyone is carrying something invisible. Everyone is facing something you can't see. Everyone is reacting to a past you don't know, and your judgment, no matter how justified it feels, might be completely wrong. Or worse, incomplete. And incomplete truth is still a kind of lie. And that lie can cost you connection, trust, love, peace. It can blind you to who someone really is. It can block the kind of empathy that heals. So next time, your instinct flares with judgment, pause. Just pause. Ask yourself, what else could be true? What might I be missing? What would I believe if I had their full story? Because that pause, that question, that flicker of curiosity is powerful. It cracks open the window just enough for grace to enter, for humanity to return. And in that space, you don't just change how you see others. You change how you carry yourself in the world. You stop needing to be right all the time. You stop measuring people by their mistakes. You begin to see them the way you wish to be seen, not as their worst day, but as something deeper, more human, more whole. And maybe, just maybe, that's how we start to rebuild the empathy we've lost. One pause, one breath, one question at a time. The IKEA effect, when you love what you struggled to build. You open the box, spill out the pieces, and begin. There's a sense of excitement, maybe even confidence. How hard could it be? You scan the instruction manual, glance at the oddly shaped parts, and assure yourself it'll be done in no time. But then frustration creeps in. The screws don't match the holes. The angles look off. You realize you've used the wrong part in step 3, but now you're on step 10. You undo, redo, drop a washer under the couch, curse softly, scratch your head, recheck the diagram from 3 different angles. You begin to wonder if this thing was designed to test your patience, if maybe the people who engineered it forgot what human hands are capable of. You feel clumsy, annoyed, uncertain. You begin to question your own ability, but you don't give up. You persist because you've already started. You've already invested. You're in too deep to walk away now, so you keep going, slowly, stubbornly, until at last it stands. Maybe a little crooked, maybe a bit uneven, but it's there, real, tangible, and it's yours. You built it with your hands, with your time, with your effort, and somehow, strangely, it feels more valuable than if it had come ready-made. That imperfect piece of furniture means something, not because of how it looks, but because of what it took, what it cost, what it required of you. And that feeling, That surge of pride, of connection, of personal ownership. That's the IKEA effect. A powerful psychological phenomenon that reveals a quiet but universal truth. We value more the things we struggle to create. We attach more deeply to what we help build. Even if the end result isn't perfect, even if it's less efficient, more flawed, less beautiful, effort changes perception, labor builds meaning, and meaning transforms everything. But this doesn't just happen in living rooms with instruction manuals and Allen wrenches. It happens everywhere. It happens in your work, your relationships, your beliefs. It's the reason you feel deeply attached to a project you created from scratch, even when someone else proposes a better alternative. It's why you stay loyal to your original business idea, even when the market tells you it's time to pivot. It's why a parent might cling to a parenting method that isn't working, simply because they poured their heart into it. It's why politicians double down on policies they once advocated, long after evidence suggests those policies are failing. Because when we build something, anything, we begin to see ourselves in it. We don't just value the product, we identify with the process, and that identification can become a blindfold. It confuses effort with worth. It merges struggle with significance. The more you've invested, the more you feel compelled to defend. And not just what you built, but your identity for having built it. You begin to believe that because something took effort, it must be good. That because it cost you time, it must be valuable. That because it challenged you, it must be right. And that's where the IKEA effect becomes dangerous. Because while effort creates attachment, attachment creates distortion. It makes you less objective, less flexible, less willing to admit when something no longer fits who you are. You begin to mistake ownership for excellence. You stop asking, does this still serve me? And instead say, I can't let it go, not after all this. You start clinging to the effort rather than evaluating the outcome. You fall in love not with what the thing is, but with the fact that it's yours. And this happens in the subtlest ways. You defend an idea not because it works, but because it's your idea. You stick with a flawed system because you helped design it. You stay in a relationship because of all the effort it took to keep it standing, not because it still makes you feel alive. You defend the business you started, the career path you chose, the beliefs you once developed, because to walk away feels like betrayal, like admitting that your sweat was wasted, that your struggle was misplaced, that your time was misspent. But here's the truth most of us struggle to face. Effort doesn't guarantee value. Sweat doesn't equal success. Building something hard doesn't automatically make it good. Sometimes what you built is outdated. Sometimes it's outgrown. Sometimes it never really fit to begin with. But you poured yourself into it. And now the thought of letting it go feels like tearing out a piece of your soul. That's not weakness. That's humanity. It's the echo of the IKEA effect in your emotional landscape. But if you never question what you've built, if you never ask whether it still aligns with who you're becoming, you risk being trapped by your own labor, stuck in a narrative you no longer believe, clinging to a past that doesn't belong in your future. And that trap is everywhere. You see it in relationships that are dying, but no one wants to be the first to admit it. You see it in leaders who ignore better options because they're too invested in their original vision. You see it in people who defend bad ideas with good intentions. The IKEA effect turns building into bonding, but sometimes that bond becomes a cage. And what's worse, it doesn't feel like a cage. It feels like loyalty, like perseverance, like meaning. You keep saying, I can't quit now, look how far I've come. But the real question isn't how far you've come. It's whether you're still going in a direction that makes sense. Whether what you've built is still where you want to live. Whether your bookshelf of belief still holds the weight of your evolving truth. But the IKEA effect is not just a distortion. It's also a revelation. It shows us that effort creates meaning, that what we build, we bond with, that what we struggle for becomes part of us, and that's beautiful when it's conscious, when you know what you're doing, when you can say, yes, I built this, yes, I'm proud, and also, maybe it's time to build again. Maybe it's time to take apart the bookshelf, to loosen the screws on an old identity, to dismantle something that once held meaning but no longer fits the space you've grown into. That doesn't dishonor your effort. It honors your growth. Because you are not what you built. You are the one who built it. And you can build again. The key is to stay awake inside your attachment. To be honest about what you're holding on to and why. Are you keeping it because it serves you or because it cost you? Do you still love it? Or do you just fear the silence that might follow if you let it go? That silence is scary. It's the sound of blank space, of no structure, of empty time. But it's also the sound of potential, of room for something new, of space for someone else to join you. Because the IKEA effect also reveals something hopeful. We care more when we're involved. When we've had a hand in building, when our fingerprints are in the corners. So build things with people. Let others be part of your process. Let your work, your dreams, your relationships be co-authored. Let your beliefs evolve through feedback. Let your visions shift with time. Let your identity be a blueprint, not a prison. Because the things we build together, even imperfectly, are often the things that endure. Not because they're flawless, but because they're full of soul. They're real. They matter. Not because they came easy, but because they carry us. And when you reach the point where you're ready to let go with grace. Let go not out of shame, but out of clarity. Say, I built this. It served me. And now, I am ready for what comes next. Because what you built was never wasted. It shaped you. It gave you tools, perspective, resilience. And now, those same hands can build again. With new wisdom, with less ego, with more openness, more compassion, more collaboration. The lesson of the IKEA effect isn't to stop building. It's to stay honest while you build, to remain open while you attach, to remember that love is not the same as possession, and that effort is not the same as permanence. Some things are meant to be built and cherished. Others are meant to be built and then released. And both can be beautiful. Both can be valid. Both can carry meaning. So keep building. Build with intention. Build with care. But also keep reflecting. Keep asking whether what you've built still holds who you are. And if it doesn't, know this. It's okay to begin again. It's okay to take what you've learned and start over. It's okay to build something new, not because the old was a failure, but because you're evolving. And the most valuable thing you'll ever build is the courage to keep doing that. The endowment effect. Why you overvalue what you own. You buy a coffee mug, plain, white, unassuming, $3. You set it on your desk, maybe throw some pens in it, maybe sip tea out of it once or twice. It's identical to 1,000 others sitting in cupboards and office drawers. You've owned it for less than 24 hours. But now, if someone offers to buy it back, you hesitate. $5, you say. Maybe more. Not because it changed overnight. Not because it took on sentimental value. Not because it's rare or beautiful or meaningful in any obvious way. But because it's yours now. You own it. And that simple fact shifts something. It bends your perception, inflates its value, creates an invisible thread between object and identity. This is the endowment effect, the subtle but powerful psychological bias that leads us to overvalue what we possess simply because we possess it. It doesn't just alter how we appraise physical things. It shapes how we hold on to them, how we defend them, how we define ourselves through them. What was once just a mug becomes, inexplicably, my mug. And mine carries weight. It carries emotion. It carries protection. And this phenomenon goes far beyond mugs. It shows up in the sweater you never wear, but won't donate. In the outdated, tech-gathering dust in your drawer. In the stacks of books you haven't opened in years but still feel strangely loyal to. In old concert tickets, broken gadgets, clothes that don't fit. But also, it shows up in ideas, in systems, in identities, in worldviews. The things we own aren't always tangible. Sometimes we inherit beliefs, build careers, invest in goals, and the more effort we've put in, the harder it becomes to question whether they still serve us. Ownership changes perception. It creates attachment, And attachment breeds resistance to change. Because once something is ours, it stops being neutral. It stops being just an object or idea or experience. It becomes a reflection, a mirror we're reluctant to crack. And the deeper the ownership, the longer it's been ours, the more fiercely we defend it. Not because it's useful or wise or even enjoyable, but because letting go would mean rewriting the story we tell about ourselves. And rewriting stories is painful. It feels like loss. It feels like betrayal. It feels like failure. So we hold on. We protect what we've claimed. We tell ourselves stories to justify why we must keep it. It might be useful one day. It reminds me of something important. I worked so hard for this. It's part of who I am. And maybe all of that is true, but also, maybe it's not. The danger of the endowment effect isn't just that it makes us keep too much. It's that it blinds us to alternatives. It dulls our discernment. It confuses familiarity with value, possession with importance, and effort with worth. And over time, these confusions begin to accumulate. They build a psychological weight, subtle, persistent, paralyzing. You look around your life and see objects, obligations, opinions, most of which aren't there because you chose them recently, but because you once chose them and haven't questioned them since. You stay in a relationship not because it nurtures you, but because you've already invested so much. You hold on to a career not because it brings you meaning, but because it took years to get here. You cling to beliefs not because they still make sense, but because changing them now would feel like erasing too much. And so you stay, you persist, you defend, you convince yourself you're loyal, dedicated, committed, but often you're just stuck. And that stuckness has a cost. It limits your growth. It closes you off to better paths, lighter loads, new truths. It keeps your identity tangled in possessions, in outdated dreams, in brittle ideals. It creates a life that is full, but not free. Because when you own too much, when your ownership becomes your identity, you stop evaluating what's best for you now. You stop asking whether what you're holding still serves you. You stop listening to the part of you that whispers, "You've outgrown this." And in that silence, the old things begin to take over, not because they're meaningful, but because they're familiar. But what if you paused? What if you took inventory, not just of your closet or your bookshelf, but of your beliefs, your habits, your routines? What if you asked, do I still want this, or do I just own it? Would I still choose this today, knowing what I now know? Because clarity begins where ownership ends. The moment you stop defending something simply because it's yours, you open a door to curiosity, to growth, to freedom. And freedom, real freedom, is not just about acquiring what you want. It's about releasing what no longer fits. That doesn't mean everything you've kept is wrong. It doesn't mean every old belief or goal or item needs to go, but it means you are allowed to reassess. You are allowed to say, this mattered once, and I honor that, but it doesn't belong in this season. You are allowed to let go, not with shame, but with reverence. Not as a failure, but as a form of wisdom. Because letting go doesn't erase what came before. It distills it. It separates what shaped you from what now limits you. And that's not loss. That's growth. But it's not easy. Because the endowment effect doesn't just live in our logic. It lives in our emotions. It whispers that letting go is abandonment. That releasing something is rejection. That changing your mind is weakness. But none of that is true. Real strength is being able to see clearly, to hold something in your hands and say, I built this, I earned this, I loved this, and still I am ready to let it go. Real strength is in knowing that you are not your possessions, not your achievements, not your beliefs, not even your past decisions. You are the one who chose, and you are still choosing, every day. And the more consciously you choose, the more alive your life becomes. Because here's the truth. The mug doesn't matter. The sweater, the book, the outdated dream. They are only vessels. What matters is who you've become in the presence of them, and who you might become in their absence. What matters is not what you owned, but what you learned through owning it. What matters is your ability to evolve, to say, that was me, and now this is me, to loosen your grip, to soften your stance, to unburden your shelves and your soul. And when you do, when you finally set down what you've been holding for too long, you discover something astonishing. You don't lose yourself. You find yourself. You reclaim the parts of you that were buried under too much attachment. You breathe a little easier. You move a little freer. You make space for joy, for clarity, for new beginnings. And that's the gift hidden beneath the endowment effect. It shows us how much we care, how deeply we connect, how naturally we bond with the things we shape, the lives we build, the paths we choose. But it also invites us, quietly, courageously, to ask whether we are still choosing, whether we are still aligned, whether we are still growing. And if not, if the only thing keeping something in your life is the fact that it's been there, then maybe it's time to reassess, to release, to refine. Because your value doesn't live in what you own. It lives in your awareness, your adaptability, your willingness to grow. And sometimes the most powerful choice is not in what you keep, but in what you're brave enough to let go. The pseudocertainty effect. Why you prefer sure gains over probable bigger gains. You're given a choice, a simple one, at least on the surface. Take $100 now, guaranteed, no strings attached. Or flip a coin for a 50% chance at 250. The math is clear. The gamble has a higher expected value. Statistically, it's the better choice. But something deeper stirs. A hesitation. A whisper in the background of your mind. What if you walk away with nothing? You feel a tightening in your chest, an invisible pressure on your sense of control. And without fully realizing why, you reach for the certain $100. You tell yourself it's rational, that it's smart to take the win, that it's better to have something than risk having nothing. But it's not just logic steering you, it's emotion, it's the fear of regret, the discomfort of ambiguity, the primal craving for predictability. And in that moment, you've stepped into the quiet influence of the pseudo-certainty effect, a cognitive bias that pulls you toward outcomes that feel certain, even when uncertain alternatives promise greater rewards. It's not about failing to understand the odds. It's about a brain wired not just for reward, but for security. A mind that seeks not the best outcome, but the least regretful one. A nervous system that interprets risk not as opportunity, but as danger. Because uncertainty, for most people, doesn't feel like potential. It feels like threat. And when threat is near, the mind reaches for anchors, for handholds, for anything that offers the illusion of solid ground. That's what certainty gives you. Not truth, not even necessarily value, but the feeling of control. And that feeling is intoxicating. It gives your brain a brief reprieve from chaos. It calms the swirling what-ifs. It soothes your inner critic and silences the anxious voice asking, but what if it all goes wrong? In that quiet, you don't hear the sound of missed potential. You hear relief, stability, resolution. And so, over and over, we choose the certain path, the guaranteed return, the stable job, the familiar relationship, the city we know, the life that fits neatly inside the bounds of what's already been proven. We call it smart. We call it being realistic. But sometimes it's just fear in disguise. The pseudo-certainty effect doesn't just show up in theoretical decisions about money or odds. It shows up in how you live. It shows up in your unwillingness to apply for the job you really want because it's not guaranteed. In your decision to stay in a relationship that feels safe but stagnant because starting over is too uncertain. In your avoidance of new ventures, ideas, cities, friendships, because the unknown carries too many shadows. You tell yourself, at least I know what to expect. As if predictability is always preferable to possibility. As if comfort is the highest goal. But here's the difficult truth. Certainty is an illusion. A soothing one, yes. A necessary one sometimes, but an illusion nonetheless. The job can vanish, the partner can leave, the safe investment can crash, the routines can unravel overnight. And when they do, you realize that what you thought was control was only ever hope in disguise. That what you chose wasn't safety, it was just familiarity. That you didn't escape risk, you only postponed it. And in postponing it, you may have sacrificed something irreplaceable, a bigger life, a fuller truth, a version of you that only emerges through courage, through leaps, through not knowing. The problem is, we're rarely trained to embrace not knowing. From a young age, we're taught to plan, to protect, to predict. Uncertainty is cast as recklessness, risk as irresponsibility, stability as virtue. And so, we internalize the belief that the best life is the most certain one, that the smart decision is always the one with the clearest outcome. And yet, the moments that shape us most rarely come with guarantees. Falling in love, starting a business, moving across the world, pursuing a passion, speaking your truth. These are not the certain paths. They are the wild ones, the vulnerable ones, the ones that expose you to loss, but also to depth, to beauty, to growth. And the pseudo-certainty effect works quietly to keep you away from them. It says, you don't need more, you need security. It whispers, you've got enough, don't gamble with what you have. It plays the cautious narrator in the background, offering comfort wrapped in anxiety. And when we listen too closely, we shrink. We don't mean to, but we do. We build smaller lives, safer plans, tighter boxes. And in those boxes, we carry questions we're too afraid to answer. What if I had tried? What if I had risked more? What if the thing I avoided was the thing that would have changed me? And it's not that we should always chase risk. It's not that probability should always win. Sometimes, the certain choice is the wise one. Sometimes, safety is what you need. But wisdom is not about always choosing certainty. It's about knowing when you are choosing certainty out of fear. It's about noticing when your decisions are guided not by clarity, but by anxiety. Not by intuition, but by the desperate need to feel in control. And once you notice it, you can challenge it. You can pause before saying no to the unknown. You can ask, am I avoiding this because it's wrong, or just because it's uncertain? You can ask, what am I really afraid of? And maybe the answer will be failure, embarrassment, disappointment. But maybe the deeper answer is regret. The kind that comes not from trying and failing, but from never trying at all. Because the cost of avoiding uncertainty is not just lost opportunity, it's lost self. The self you could have become if you had leaned into the discomfort, if you had risked the awkward, the unclear, the unstable. The self that would have learned through mistakes, that would have expanded through challenge, that would have tasted the richness of a life not bound by the fear of loss. And the most painful thing is, we often only realize this in hindsight. We look back and see all the times we played it safe and wonder what could have been. We mistake our caution for wisdom, but sometimes it was just hesitation. And hesitation has a cost. So how do you escape the grip of the pseudo-certainty effect? Not by becoming reckless, but by becoming honest. By noticing the comfort you feel when something is known, and questioning whether that comfort is actually growth, by developing a tolerance for uncertainty, by seeing risk not as danger but as possibility, by remembering that the most meaningful things in life rarely come with clear outcomes, and that your job is not to avoid loss at all costs, it's to live in a way that reflects your deepest values, not just your deepest fears. And when the next decision comes, when the next $100 is offered and you're tempted to reach for it, pause. Take a breath. Let your body feel the tension between the safe and the possible. Listen to the voice that says, better safe than sorry, and ask it, better safe than alive? Better safe than fulfilled? Better safe than seen? Because certainty may feel good, but it's not always the path to a life that feels right. And sometimes, the smallest thing you can do, the thing that seems reckless on the surface, is actually the beginning of your expansion. So don't always choose the smaller reward just because it's sure. Don't always quiet your longing with logic. Sometimes it's okay to lean into the unknown, not because it promises more, but because you are more when you're not hiding from it. The sure thing might be safer, but the uncertain one. It might just change your life. The negativity bias. Why bad news sticks harder than good. You hear a compliment and it lands softly, warm, fleeting, like a ray of sun slipping through clouds. You smile, nod, say thank you, and then move on. But you hear a criticism, and it anchors itself in your chest. It repeats, it echoes, it morphs into something sharper with each replay. You remember the one person who doubted you, not the 10 who believed in you. You replay the one moment of awkwardness at the party, not the several conversations that went well. You recall the single sentence of disapproval more clearly than a full day of support. And when the lights go out, when you finally lie in bed, hoping for rest, it isn't your wins that whisper in the dark, it's your wounds. This is the negativity bias, a deep, evolutionary reflex that gives greater weight and emotional impact to negative experiences, emotions, and memories than to positive ones. It's not a bug in your system, it's part of your survival programming. Your brain was designed to remember danger, to highlight risk, to flag threat. In a world where physical safety depended on remembering the pain of the past, being attuned to what could hurt you gave you a better chance of making it through the day. If you forgot a moment of joy, nothing bad happened. But if you forgot where the tiger appeared, or what berries made you sick, or what social mistake led to rejection, the cost was higher. So your brain evolved to keep you alert, not to what's working, but to what could go wrong. And though the threats have changed, your wiring hasn't. What was once adaptive is now often a distortion. You're no longer avoiding predators. You're navigating conversations, deadlines, expectations, social dynamics, career shifts, financial uncertainty, emotional landscapes, but your nervous system still lights up like it's under attack. An awkward silence in a meeting activates the same alarm system your ancestors used to detect mortal danger. A mistake at work feels like a personal collapse. A rejection in dating feels like exile. A harsh comment online feels like a wound, and those moments don't just hurt, they stick. They root themselves deeper than the good ones, because that's what the brain is trained to do, to catalogue the negative with more urgency and detail than the positive. Research shows that it takes multiple positive experiences to counterbalance just one negative one, not because you're broken, but because your brain prioritizes pain, and that priority shapes your memory, your perception, your identity. You begin to see yourself not through your triumphs, but through your flaws. You remember the time you failed more vividly than the times you succeeded. You internalize the voice that said, "You're not enough," and forget the ones that said, "You've come so far." Your sense of self begins to tilt toward criticism, and slowly, almost imperceptibly, you start living in defensive mode. You anticipate rejection before it happens. You imagine worst-case scenarios before taking a risk. You brace for disappointment. In moments that could be filled with joy, you shrink from possibility because your mind is more loyal to your past pain than to your future potential. And it's not because you want to, it's because your brain thinks it's keeping you safe. But safety, when left unchecked, becomes limitation. The negativity bias might protect you from danger, but it also protects you from growth, from joy, from connection, from resilience. Because it isn't just filtering your experiences, it's shaping your reality. You start to think you're unlucky when you're just focused on what went wrong. You think people don't like you when you're just remembering the cold ones. You think you always mess up when your brain has bookmarked every mistake and skimmed over your wins. And unless you become conscious of this bias, unless you name it, it will continue to run your emotional operating system. Quietly, invisibly, constantly. It will color your relationships, making you overly cautious. It will affect your creativity, making you afraid to try. It will flatten your joy, making it feel unsustainable. Because every good thing will be met with suspicion, with preparation for its loss, with an unconscious belief that something bad must be coming next. And yet, you are not helpless. You can't delete the negativity bias, but you can work with it. You can counteract it. You can soften its grip. Not by pretending bad things don't happen, not by dismissing pain, not by forcing yourself into toxic positivity, but by developing an active, intentional practice of emotional rebalancing. You start by noticing the good, not just glancing at it, but lingering in it. You begin to replay joy the way you once replayed shame. You write down the compliment and reread it. You celebrate the tiny win. You remember the friend who showed up. You hold the moment of connection and let it settle into your memory with weight, because one good moment is not enough to undo the damage of one bad one. You need 3, 5, maybe more. Not because you're weak, but because your wiring requires it. Gratitude, then, isn't naive. It's neural recalibration. Celebration isn't superficial. It's strategic restoration. Self-compassion isn't indulgence. It's medicine for a system trained to be unkind. And the more you practice these things, deliberately, frequently, the more your internal landscape begins to change. The more your identity begins to include not just what hurt you, but what healed you. Not just what went wrong, but what went right. Not just what you feared, but what you faced. Slowly, your narrative shifts. You become someone who remembers the whole story, not just the hard parts. And as that happens, you begin to feel different. You smile more easily. You feel less defined by your past. You begin to trust joy. You begin to notice light, even in small forms, especially in small forms. The warmth of a shared glance, the satisfaction of a finished task, the sweetness of a quiet morning. These moments become louder, not because they grow, but because you've finally given them room to stay. And in that space, your life expands. You stop living under the rule of your pain. You start making decisions from hope, not history. You start seeing others not as threats, but as mirrors. You soften, you open, you let life feel like more than just something to survive, because it is. The negativity bias will still be there. It will still whisper when things go wrong. It will still highlight your errors. It will still try to protect you. But now, you'll recognize its voice. You'll say, "Thank you for trying to keep me safe, but I'm choosing another path." You'll reframe the moment. You'll breathe through the spiral. You'll remind yourself of what's still true, what's still beautiful, what's still yours to carry forward. And each time you do, you build a new reflex, a new narrative, a deeper truth. You build a mind that still remembers the pain, but also remembers the praise. A heart that still feels the fear, but also makes room for joy. A self that still knows how to hurt, but also knows how to heal. So when you hear a compliment, pause, let it land, let it linger. When someone believes in you, write it down, say it out loud, memorize it like a mantra. When something goes well, celebrate it, not in passing, not with guilt, but with full permission, because your mind will remember the criticism automatically. It will replay the failure on loop. It will collect the shame without asking. But the joy, the gratitude, the progress, you'll need to anchor those. You'll need to repeat them, return to them, rehearse them, until they stick, until they're strong enough to stay, because this is how you fight the negativity bias, not with force, but with fierce attention to what's good, to what's working, to what's growing. You don't deny the darkness, but you don't let it dominate the story. You become the author again. You choose what gets repeated. You choose what gets remembered. And over time, your life becomes less about what hurt you and more about what held you. The control-reassurance loop. Why you seek certainty in a world that can't offer it. You wake up and check your phone, not out of urgency, not even out of true curiosity, but because something inside you quietly insists, make sure. Make sure nothing went wrong overnight. Make sure no one is upset. Make sure the world hasn't shifted in your absence. You scroll, skim, swipe. Not to learn, but to settle the noise inside. You're not looking for information. You're searching for reassurance. The soothing rhythm of something familiar, something expected. A sense of normal. But beneath that rhythm lies a pattern, a loop, a ritual of subtle compulsions dressed as rational behavior. You organize, you plan, you confirm, not just because it helps, but because it soothes. And slowly, without realizing it, your life becomes a web of mechanisms not built to live, but to cope, to control, to anticipate, to prevent. Not because you're neurotic, not because you're broken, but because your nervous system is quietly trying to build a fortress against uncertainty. At first, it's invisible, harmless even. A checklist here, a question repeated, a quick glance at someone's tone. But these small rituals start layering. They begin to form the infrastructure of how you experience safety. You don't just confirm plans, you need confirmation. To feel okay, you don't just reread the message, you need it to make sure your memory isn't lying. You don't just ask again, you need to hear the words that give you permission to breathe. It's subtle, it's polite, but it's running the show. This is the control-reassurance loop, a behavioral reflex reinforced by relief, because each act, no matter how minor, delivers a hit of calm, like scratching an itch you never quite noticed was there. And so, you do it again, and again. You don't even remember the first time it started. You just know that not doing it feels worse. Not checking brings tension. Not confirming feels risky. Not knowing feels unbearable. You build systems, habits, routines that feel like preparation, but serve as armor. You micromanage conversations. You analyze subtext. You prepare for arguments that may never come. You control tone, facial expression, timing. You become the weather forecaster of everyone else's mood. You call it being emotionally intelligent. You call it being thorough. But beneath it, you're scanning for threat. Not physical threat, existential threat. The threat of rejection, of being misunderstood, of failing, of being left behind. Because unpredictability feels like danger. And the loop promises relief. A moment of certainty in a sea of unknowns. But the relief doesn't last. Because the mind doesn't want answers. It wants guarantees. And life doesn't offer those. So the loop tightens. What once required one check now needs two. What once was occasional becomes daily. You can't sleep until you've checked. You can't rest until you've confirmed. You don't trust the decision until you've walked the logic trail 3 more times. And still, the discomfort returns. Because what you're chasing isn't knowledge, it's comfort. And comfort that must be chased is never real. This cycle isn't weakness, it's protection. Your mind is trying to care for you in the only way it knows how, by reducing ambiguity, by controlling what can't be controlled, by trying to shrink a chaotic world into something you can hold between your palms. But the more you loop, the smaller your life becomes. The world narrows into tasks and checks and repeats. Wonder is replaced by worry. Spontaneity is replaced by strategy. You stop exploring. You start managing. The tragedy is that most people around you won't even notice. On the outside, you look responsible, composed, in control. But inside, you're tired. Tired from carrying the invisible burden of constant prediction. Tired from never feeling finished. Tired from the emotional labor of crafting safety where there is none. Because deep down, you know the truth. You're not chasing certainty. You're running from the truth that you can't have it. And here's the deepest ache. You want to trust life. You want to trust yourself. But trust requires surrender. And surrender feels like danger to a mind built on control. So what do? You don't break the loop by force. You break it by listening. You don't shame the part of you that needs control. You sit beside it. You learn its language. You ask, what am I afraid will happen if I stop? What would it mean to not know? What would it mean to wait? And in that pause, you create space. Space between the urge and the action, between the feeling and the fix. And in that space, you begin to notice something remarkable. The world doesn't collapse when you don't. Check. The worst doesn't happen when you don't confirm. You survive the ambiguity. You hold the uncertainty. You live without the script, and then something changes. Not all at once, but gently. The nervous system starts to settle without its rituals. The thoughts become visitors, not directives. The body no longer flinches at silence. You realize you can feel the discomfort and not obey it. You can let it rise and let it pass, like a wave, like weather. And this is where real power begins. Not the power of control, but the power of containment. The ability to hold the unknown without letting it hold you. Because safety was never in the loop. It was never in the check. It was never in the perfect plan. It was in your presence, your breath, your ability to meet uncertainty with open hands. That's not weakness. That's strength of the highest order. So today, when the loop begins, pause. Not to fight it, not to fix it, but to see it, to thank it for trying to protect you, and to choose something different. One breath, one space, one moment of not knowing and still being okay. Because you were never made to live inside the loop. You were made to expand beyond it. You were made to stretch, to soften, to hold the paradox of being alive, that we are never in full control, and yet we are always capable. And that is enough.